Give me just a moment, folks. I'm still trying to get some settings fixed. Every single time I restart. I'm sorry it took me so long to get back. Apparently the list needed to get done earlier. List got done earlier. See if I got audio fixed. So, stream's getting audio, but I'm not. That's the last adjustment. Wait. Yes, I'm waiting for the game to reboot because I realized close it to try to maybe fix the audio. Push come to shove, I can always clear the overwrite folder, have it re-render the overwrite files manually, but then we'd be waiting on the shader cache, which kind of fucking work. But yeah, hi, this is Kira Selu. Kira Eve is... He's gonna be here in a sec. I have to mentally readjust back in. He not want to deal with the list. His intention was to, immediately stream as soon as we woke up, but we had prior obligations that we needed to make sure got done. Today. Yesterday. Tomorrow. Today. So that's taken care of. So yeah. Plan is to stream Skyrim until we're done for the day. And connect the controller. Start it. So, in other news, I'm gonna go ahead and while we're thinking about how long this is going to take, how long is this going to take? We're going to talk about... So, all of the backlash against the Odyssey is fucking ridiculous. Like, the Odyssey by Christopher Nolan is the most conservative version of that story that is told. Yet conservatives were losing their minds over blink and you miss it cameo appearances by an African American woman and a trans man. I know. It's ridiculous. But those appearances in the trailer were enough for them to, oh no, Elliot Page is going to be playing Achilles. Achilles was dead. Like, dead for a solid year before the events of the Odyssey even started. So no, he was playing a minor character that literally got maybe at most 3 minutes of screen time in the actual film. They wanted to show off the all-star cast, including the all-star side characters, including the character Elliot Page was playing, who is so irrelevant to the story that it doesn't even bother to list his name inside the story itself, but only in the credits, and the African-American woman playing Helen of Troy. Helen of Troy, surprisingly, according to even the original interpretation of the text, was a woman of color. Christopher Nolan went for historical accuracy, again. But, that being said, it is still the most conservative version of the movie to date. My criticisms of it are it leaves out the parts of the best adaptations of the original text that, quite frankly, make Odysseus look like a fucking asshole. They did keep the whole he was complicated part in the intro, because the original translation, not the original English translation, the original Greek translation, because it wasn't originally Greek, it was originally an oral storytelling tradition pre-Greek, but the original Greek translation literally calls him complicated. And by complicated, I do mean problematic, because by Greek societal standards, he was extremely problematic. He let 2 women rape him. Again, Greek standards. But the fact he let that happen was enough for the Greeks to call him problematic. And to be fair, he was problematic, just not for those reasons. He was problematic because he's the embodiment of the fallen hero archetype and still got a happy ending. Like, some later versions of the story, specifically the Trismegistus version, specifically kill him off and then have his son marry the murderer's mother and the murderer marry Penelope as punishment. But then the gods, thinking it was absolutely ridiculous that that's what happened, then smote the kingdom of Ithaca off the island and smote the murderer's mother's home island completely off the map. Which is why it can't be found in modern maps. Which, I mean, is a good explanation. But it's not my favorite version, nor is it the best version. The best version is Circe, instead of being the mother of the murderer, wound up being the mother of Odysseus' second child, who fell madly in love with Telemachus. And they both died defending Ithaca from invaders shortly after the wedding. They got married. Odie and Penelope died within of that happening. And then about a year later, there was an invasion, and they both died. Hades wound up making Odie, Penelope, Telemachus, and his husband, all members of his honor guard, alongside Achilles and Patroclus. As I said, my favorite version. But it's not a very popular one because it's too gay and too incesty. But, I mean, technically not biologically his brother. He's magically and spiritually the brother, but not literally. Circe's son was conceived using the heroic soul.
Now, cast the ward spell and keep it up.
What you learn here will last you a lifetime.
Excellent work.
Several, if you're
Well, I
talented.
think this is an excellent start. I'd like you all to continue practicing with wars, please. All right, everyone. That's all for now. Keep it up.
There's no glory in war, especially not in a war between brothers. It changes even the best of people.
Maybe later.
Simplifies the worst of them.
Is he now?
Cesargo understands. You hesitate because you know Cesargo will be better than you. Very well.
Yeah, we are officially a part of the College of Winterhold faction. You'll see why that's important later. We aren't going to continue that quest line until much later, but at the very least, we've got the quest started. We can now fast travel to the college. That's the important part.
Not much to see here, is there? I mean, aside from the college. I suppose it's a wreck.
Okay, so the storm is literally causing lag and also audio. What if I... setting? Ambience turned down. Maybe that was... Okay, so that's what it is. The ambience is in the bass mix drowning stuff out and causing distortion. I was actually told off stream, Solitude. Not Wind. I wanted to do Windhelm because, well, it's Windhelm. Solitude, where I need. So I need to find a cart that's willing to take me to Solitude. First things first, stop in the Frozen Hearth and see if there are any quasi-custom followers or modded followers in the Frozen Hearth.
I'm sorry, could you describe the smell? Like some horrible monster was turned inside out and then exploded. What did you do?
It was a minor miscalculation.
Well,
I've already
I'm at a loss. None of this makes a damn bit of sense.
This is why people have a problem with your college.
What doesn't make sense?
Come on in.
The shipwreck of the Autumn Gale. The ship that couldn't be sank. That immortal vessel whose mast was the backbone of Kine. 77 times through mighty storms and restless seas, it never failed to reach port. But somehow, on the 78th, on a clear day with a steady wind, it sank to the bottom of Pilgrim's Trench.
Did you have cargo on that ship?
No, well, not my cargo anyway, but I did lose family. The Autumn Gale was my ship, and I loved her like a daughter.
No piece of wood can compare to the joy of having children.
I don't know about that. Children tend to disappoint you. The Autumn Gale never did. At least until this recent turn of events.
What do you think happened to the ship?
The Vines only know. The wreckage is too far down the trench to offer any clues. But while we can't salvage the ship, we can salvage her reputation. And, more importantly, the reputation of my business.
Is there anything I can do to help?
I love young people who are motivated to work. You can start by delivering these supplies to the salvage team. Here, take this to the leader of the team, Utai. She will handle your payment.
He's not available as a follower.
Oh no, I don't care. My
is a student of this college, and I will not tolerate any threats to them.
Prepare to be outwitted, or at least out-talked.
You might report me to the Dominion, but who's to say you'll be alive by the time the letter reaches them?
There was almost... If you've the desire to learn the craft, you can... I'm unsure if they'd admit one such as you, but I suppose stranger things have happened.
Finally.
Unless you're bringing me another round, you can just keep walking. All right, then.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. Nope.
Let's show these milk drinkers what's good in life. Mead.
You haven't talked to yet? I've talked.
Let me
there's the
guess. Someone stole your sweet.
Need a ride?
I'd like to hire your carriage.
Where do you want to go?
East March.
Going straight through, or did you want to stop somewhere along the way? Until next time. Need something?
I'd like to hire your carriage.
Where do you want to go?
Falkreath.
Going straight through, or did you want to stop somewhere along the way?
Falkreath.
I'd like to hire your
Where do you want to go?
The Reach.
Going straight through, or did you want to stop somewhere along the way? Until next time.
If we can try to figure out. That's Markhardt. Solitude. Morthal.
Good morning.
I'd like to hire.
Where do you want to go?
The Rift.
Going straight through, or did you want to stop somewhere along the way? Need a ride?
I'd like to hire your carriage.
Where do you want to go?
Harfingar.
Going straight through, or did you want to stop somewhere along the way?
Take me straight to Solitude.
Climb and back, and we'll be off. First time to Solitude? Beautiful old city, capital of Skyrim, but I'm sure you already knew that.
But yeah, I was told the Solitude route is the one you want to go down if you quickly information about.
Sorry. I thought of a guy getting shouted apart. I'd like to see that.
It's wise for us to show up.
Rayloff is being
It's a beautiful day.
hesitant.
We should try catching some fish.
If we're taking a break, I could use a drink. Mead, preferably. Or something stronger.
find Imperial influence, you'll be
If
sure
you've
to
come
find
to
a host of
Solitude to
criminal
join the
activity
Legion, speak to
right
Rico.
under their
If not, just keep your nose clean while you're here. End up like Loki.
They can't turn Uncle Rogvir. Tell them he didn't do it.
Position.
Sorry, you need to go home. Go home and stay there until your mother comes.
Traitor!
Get on with it!
You should tell her that uncle is the scum that betrayed his high king. Best she know now.
So, going into Solitude wasn't the right play, but now fast travel to Solitude.
Ulfric Stormcloak, the rightful High King? What a laugh.
This hold is host to the religion. We'd expect to find the Thalmor here as well. Stupid twats. It's nice. Let's see. I hope Skyrim's colors burst free. This really does feel like home. Glad I've seen it. This downward dog I see is the devil.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of a Captain Serrano?
What's it to you?
I need to find him.
If you've got a score to settle with him, get in line.
If you tell me where to find him, he'll be out of your hair.
Nah, I don't think so.
Perhaps this will help me jump the queue.
Fine. His ship is called the Dark Rose, and she anchors northwest of here sometimes, near a place called Broken or Grotto or something. Your funeral.
Oh, sorry.
Must you push like that?
Never cared for this place.
Hi. Good day.
Need something?
All right then. There she is. Oh, gorgeous.
Hey, I'm going to try to implement flying at some point. Because that will literally only take a re-render of the Pandora engine. Need to find a version of flying that actually works. Problem. Time I've tried to implement it, I ran into issues. I got close with the animated wings can fly, but it increased the likelihood of triggering the high-heeled boot causes flying over water, which... Ah, crash. Well, I guess now would be as good a time as any to test that. Care to see how adding a mod via Steam Deck works? As we're gonna have to do that. Well, a crash. Alright. Without even having to go to desktop mode, provided you've got Google Chrome already linked. What? I do. Ah, of course. I've got to re-sign into Nexus Mods. Give me a minute. I recommend having a Nexus Mod account because it does make things... Let's see. Only a version of that existed for Steam Deck, but no. No, it does not. Let's see here. Loaded. Quest crafted a tanning. Information of Flopper already. Ah, right. Only got a couple minutes or a couple days. SPO. Over. We got better jump. We'll see. Thankfully, there is a mod requirement checker on mod. Here's how you go about doing it. One, by expanding this. Ah, crap. Gotta move. So I see at the bottom of that. Automatically detects stuff from the load order better on Mod Organizer 2 than Vortex, ironically. And I'm not going to enable it just yet. Bonnie Paraglider, SPL. Lastly, fun. Stable, instead of enabling them right, move them above Smart Talk. Then all that has to be done is all the mods. Now, it has animation or any meshes for characters involved. There are additional steps there. But the first thing in that step list is sort. Sort your plugins. It will affect whether or not any dependencies are missing. I do have to clear the overwrite cache, so we will have to wait on shaders to rerun. Thankfully. We can do that in desktop mode. Slightly faster. Not re-rendering the clearing the overwrite. Just the stuff in the overwrite. So let's go ahead. That added flying animation. Good game. All data has been saved, so that's taken care of. Let's go ahead and switch to desktop mode. Now, for anything that involves meshes, for like custom armor meshes and stuff, if you're using Himbo or CBBE or any other body shape mod, you'll need to use body slide program. Thankfully, this just updates and existing bodies. Launched. Launch her method by which you running Mod Organizer 2 through, because they still don't have a completely native Linux version. Neither does Vortex. Vortex would be so much easier if it had a native Linux version that worked properly. It does not. But I've gotten used to this system. So, the first thing you're going to want to do when you've added a new animation mod midway through a run, in desktop mode, clear the overwrite. This does not delete any of your mod configurations. Those are hard-coded to your save file. However, the backup copy of those configurations will be gone until you load that save again, in which case then it'll dump right. I have all of my external from all of these apps dump into the Himbo BS mod run. So what I need to do run checks that the mod is still there and prepares the virtual file system. It will create the files in the overwrite folder and we'll have to move it into the mod folder itself to overwrite the outdated versions of the animations that are created. Yep. You close the behavior in. Go into your file manager. Go to whatever folder you happen to have load order in. Go to the overwrite folder and copy and paste, or cut and paste, rather, all the info to the mod folder. So once by name, scroll down to H. Controller is so many things. Paste those 4 items right into apply to all overwrite. Part's done. Now all that has to be done is gaming mode. And it will relaunch and recreate everything from the shader cache down to the crown molding. To borrow a quote from Agatha Harkness. Good to know that it crashed in between Solitude Now that we know where I saved, all I have to pass that. Go. But yeah, crash to desktops are still going to be an issue, regardless of. So I thought, you know what, might as well add flight. Don't know how it's going to work. Paraglider doesn't work. We will put the. Yes, well, I currently have a small army of followers following me. That's just to test the limits of the nav. It cannot handle several followers that are fewer than the maximum number that the Nether's follower framework would be able to handle. That means the list is still too unstable to handle crashes. I could solve it by increasing the number of followers actively following me, but I do want as many of my custom followers to be present. Each of them is going to have something to say. Rayloff, I am going to dismiss. Much as I love the Himbo Storm, I only need him for the Civil War line at the moment. Bjorn, Lucian, I do have to keep on him. Well, and Kaiden. Bjorn, Lucian, and Kaiden, I do need. Eric, I want to keep on hand because of Kaiden, but I will probably have. Once we pick up Mercurio, I'll have to use him as well. But I do want to get as many of the custom followers recruited as possible before I continue. Want to know the limits of the nav mesh holds multiple followers. At some point, I'm gonna have a pet. Kind of pet. Following. More followers I have while I'm testing it, pet. Pet mod I have installed. I was going to do the Zambini's pet shop, but it caused instant crashes to desktop, regardless of which version I used, Nexus or the official Creation Store version. So yeah. So I picked a pet, and it is a dragon. I mean, there are also the main, like, actually in-game, but it's a baby dragon. Can't fly, but it does have some pretty potent magic, depending on the form of it. As you can see, we're in the game. My health is extremely fucking low, because I've been maxing out Magicka for 20 levels. I know I need to get some more health, but damn. That's taking. Oh my god. Sandwich from Skyrim so I don't burn myself out. Still want to do Frostpunk. Multi-blood is tempting, but I'm bad at fight. Worse. Could do classic Suikoden. Never played as Suikoden like, but it's also bought in Kaitos, but systems in that game I think before, and they didn't update them for the remaster, so I don't. Could do Wandering Sword. I've heard good things. Withering Waves will be on the list once I get a nerve to touch gacha again, but I don't have the funds or the nerve to touch gacha right. Always start. But that's like saying there's always dwarven bread. 100 Light Defense Academy it will be. Rendering. But yeah, this is probably going to be something we have to do frequently whenever there's a crash to desktop, or every few times there's a crash to desktop. I do apologize for that, but it usually is a corruption in the shader cache that causes that corruption usually comes from loading save data. Don't know why, but I have found corrupted shaders. Even after a clean render and I've closed the game and all of the shaders have been perfectly fine, as soon as I've loaded a game and then saved, closed, reloaded that save, next time after that I go in and load the shader cache again. One or more of the shaders. I don't know what causes it, I really don't. Could also be an audio-based crash. I've done everything I can to minimize audio-based crashes. Oh, thank you for the subscription, Starkist Fox. Hello. On which platform didst thou subscribe? But yes. This is the playthrough in which the werewolf has intentionally made Skyrim extremely horny and gay. Because facts. If you weren't here for my ramble about the Odyssey by Christopher Nolan, TLDR, it is the most conservative version of the Odyssey released for Hollywood to date, and literally the only reason the right wing lost their minds was because Elliot Page had a minor cameo role that lasted at most 3 minutes of screen time in the movie, and you're here on Twitch, nice. And the Helen of Troy character was portrayed by a woman of color, which is actually historically accurate based on all of the extended lore prior to the Iliad. Helen was of African descent and married, well, Prince Hector, because fucking Aphrodite allowed him to kidnap her. Yeah, that whole So yeah, Christopher Nolan went with historical accuracy, and then on top of that adding the occasional supernatural element back in, and then made some interesting calls in regards to Odysseus being a victim of rape not once but twice. throughout the course of the story that I didn't necessarily approve of his handling of, but again, it is the most conservative version of the Odyssey to date. The right wing literally just lost their minds over there being relatively equal representation of using minor side characters. So that... But yeah, all of that hype about Elliot Page playing Achilles. No, Achilles was dead exactly a year before any of the events of the movie ever happened. He was playing a character that is so minor, they don't even say his name more than once on screen. It's a whole thing. Like, it would have been funnier if they had him play the guy who fell off of Cersei's roof. That's how bad it. I think the name was Pelennor, which is funny given Pelennor Whitestrake in the Elder Scrolls lore. Pelennor in the Greek myth was literally just that one guy. They ripped him away from the Lotus Eaters, despite the fact the Lotus Eaters would have been a better place for him to stay, and his inevitable demise was literally falling off of Cersei's roof. In the middle of Odysseus and Cersei intercourse against Odysseus's will. It's a whole thing. But yeah, it would have been funnier if Elliot Page been that character, because that character at least would have had some screen time. Character that Elliot Page wound up playing, 0. 3 minutes at most. Even then, blink and you miss it. I missed it. That's how little he was on screen. Nations loading. Round 1, 2. Hopefully this time it doesn't auto-crash when I get to that same spot. As if so, I might have to dismiss some followers early, just to test to see if I'm right about it being a nav mishcon. Alright. Come on. Oh, the dangers of having to work with mods on Steam Deck. No, I haven't heard one person genuinely like the Odyssey. I also don't like it, but I just find it so funny how big of a letdown it actually was. I wasn't let down. The story of the Odyssey is inherently a conservative story that has a liberal moral. All of the characters, except for Telemachus, are conservative, including Penelope, of all people. But it is literally the revelation that the gods are a bit too dangerous to fuck with that makes it make a bit more sense as to why. But yes, it is inherently a conservative story. So Christopher Nolan telling it in a conservative manner makes perfect fucking sense. I don't like it, but it makes perfect fucking sense, and so I was actually satisfied. I didn't like it, but I was satisfied. That makes any sense. Hey, hey! Hi, Kazuya! Let's see. Okay, I already have lesser board equipped, so...
What you learn here will last you a lifetime.
Excellent work.
Several of your talent here.
Well, I think this is an excellent start. I'd like you all to continue practicing with wards, please. All right, everyone. That's all for now. Keep it up.
There's no glory in war, especially not in a war between brothers. It changes even the best of people, and exemplifies the worst of them.
Okay. So, we are now officially a part of the College of Winterhold faction. I am going to save a little bit sooner than I tried to the last time, because that did not work out the way I was hoping. But at least now I know, do not go into the City of Solitude, go to the docks. Stop. Map. Fast travel to Winterhold from the College of Winterhold. Turn around. Head to the cart.
Need a ride?
I'd like to hire your carriage.
Where do you want to go?
The Rift.
I went straight through, or did you want to stop somewhere along the way?
Not the Rift.
Until
I am...
next time.
I'd like to hire your carriage.
Where do you want to go?
It's... March?
Your march.
I went straight through, or did you want to stop somewhere along the way? All right.
Yes?
I'd like to hire your carriage.
Where do you want to go?
Harfinger.
I went straight through, or did you want to stop somewhere along the way?
Solitude.
Take me straight to Solitude.
Climb and back, and we'll be off. Don't wander here. Come on. The carriage is the safest way to travel.
I'll save once we arrive. Sure, I won't have a fast travel spot inside Solitude proper, but at the very least, I'll have the East Empire warehouse. I'll have to walk past to get to the next quest marker. Now that we're back out in the open and away from the snowstorm, check the new mod I just added, see if it shows up. Oh. Showing up at all. Huh. Check the menu made. Didn't show up at all. Oh well.
What a view.
Nice weather for a ride. Hope it lasts.
I'll often see the sun.
Taking a break, I could use a drink.
The way.
Me, preferably. Or something stronger.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of a Captain Serrano?
What's it to you?
I need to find him.
If you've got a score to settle with him, get in line.
Perhaps this will help me jump the queue.
Fine. His ship is called the Dark Rose, and she anchors northwest of here sometimes. Near a place called Broken or Grotto or something. Your funeral.
Oops, excuse me.
I'm still here.
I am actually.
It's time for us to part ways.
I'm heading home if you need me.
Good day, friend. Keeping well?
Oh, by the way, Eric is the only one of the custom followers that I have that you can just instantly marry. I mean, you could instantly marry him in the original, don't get me wrong. But
It's time for us to part ways.
Well, it's been fun. I guess I'll head back to Warwickstead.
maybe. Hold on, I forgot. I do need to.
Huh?
Did I?
Back! Great! Are we going on another adventure?
Let's talk about your living arrangements. I have to see if I sent him to. Okay, yeah, he is living in the brothel. Okay, good. So he will not head back to Warwick. Good, good, good.
All right, then.
So when we head back to the brothel, if neither one of them have shown up, all I'll have to do is teleport them and run an EVP through the console, and hopefully that'll solve that. Potentially, by reducing the number of followers I've got tracking me actively, I might be able to get through whatever it was that caused that last glitch. I'm safe here. Going to go ahead and put this. Just in case. Around here is where the crash happened. Part of the reason I wanted to install flying, because I was worried that I might run into a dead end here. Map says I need to go further north. Grotto. Only path straight through is back either through those mountains. Again, flight would make so much.
I've seen my share of Tamriel. Nothing compares to the wilds of Skyrim. She's as beautiful as she is dangerous.
You know what? I'm gonna try
Reminds me of
something.
tales my father used to tell.
What do you need?
Let's rest here.
Aye, as you wish. There's something the matter, Dragonborn.
What's wrong, Kaiden?
I'm intrigued.
Oh, what about?
What were you getting up to before you rescued me?
I've been in Skyrim for a while. I own a home here.
Recent development aside, Skyrim's not a bad place to live.
We should drop by sometime, take a moment to relax.
I wouldn't mind that, actually.
That's all, really.
Glad to know a bit more about you.
Come on, let's get going.
All eyes to the road ahead.
Something on your mind?
Good to know that we have to be resting in order to ask.
Kaiden, can I ask you something?
Sure thing.
Should we make camp here?
Aye, we ought to make camp.
Can you set up your large tent?
All right.
Okay, so without the extra, they can actually. Good. Need to find the tanning rack.
Always surprises me how much bigger it is on the inside than the out. Nice little tent, though.
To firewood. Okay. To do. Yes, wherever we set that up will be a permanent new player home. Will I tell it?
Dragonborn.
Kai.
Sure.
Can you pack up the campsite?
As you wish. you notice the windmill doesn't actually mill anything?
Women here act like they have a sword shop.
Okay, so now jumping caused the crash. Okay, so paraglider, not a good idea. It- Paraglider. Or wait, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe it's we are no longer part of the mod list. So, how am I gonna get about animated wings? Done that before. And mod configuration can reduce the risks. So, let's see. They're jumping out. No flying moderation. Thank you. So while we're waiting on that, let's talk Spawn because we are going go back to Duck. And since I guess I'm showing my work, I might as well clear the entire Himbo BS. No, because if I do that, that could cause some. So I will just look for the paraglider animations. Fly and no flying. Confirm. Oh, yeah, and I also have Pal World installed. Jeez. I keep forgetting. So, I said this during my last stream, but I'm gonna repeat it now. I got one of my 2 portable hard drives to work. Thankfully, it was the one that had all of my ROMs on it. So, yay! I did have to delete the PS4 ROMs because I have PC copies again. I still have my hard copy discs of the PS4 versions. Still down. You know what? I'm just going to clear the entire trash. Clear the overhead there. This way I've got fresh renders of everything in go. Safer for the purpose. That'll be safer for the purposes of going about figuring out, because it can't just be jumping multiple. If it is, that's absolutely move all of the paraglider away. Step 1, since folder, body slide X60. For the filters, back to filter groups. Do not use any of the 3 BBA or HUNT. CB. I have them in the list because they are necessary. Necessary for him to work properly with certain game refits because can be refits. Physics with actually no, I need to render that one separately. Cleric, Bard. Here. Lastly. But yes, in order to have a very innocent Skyrim man or women is a very, very long process. Okay, that's a processed. Before I continue, pick the unbound effects are coming, but actually ultimate. Oh, so I still have them on the list. I just able to. Perfect. Okay. Can fly wasn't. Or go right for all of its content. Dump mod. Relaunch. I will rediscover that sky shard that was on the route. Hope that the save doesn't completely spit at me because the paragliders. We'll see. Have to back it up to before I installed the paraglider again. But hey, those are the joys of modding Skyrim. Never know what you're gonna get. Game runs smoothly on vanilla, but the minute you start adding stuff, you never know what's gonna. There's over 300 gigabytes worth of mods on this mod list. My my Steam Deck's internal screen. Wait for the shader cache to re-render again. But if I get high enough, I might actually be avoid whatever I've measured causing the problem. Custom followers will automatically teleport. Mostly. Probably check my library and see if there's. External storage. Like all download. Want to. But one. Too much of a size commitment. So 2. Episode 3. Must already have episode 1 installed. Not played No Sleep for Konami. But yeah, the general recommendation, Steam Deck or any external drive attached to a Steam Deck, is you want to leave at least 1/10 of total file size available on the deck. So for a 4 terabyte drive, 400 gigabytes. But for a 3 terabyte drive, a 300 gigabyte space. That allows for the Linux file system to be able to move stuff around in its own ecosystem without slowing down the processing power needed actually around some of the disk space as extra processing. It's a wild system, and it's kind of amazing how fast things can move between external and internal drive as a result, provided you keep both of them balanced. Played some fun. Areas big for one. all of the games plus their. Probably get all of the other Mega Man. Where's the crap? Might have to launch it in desktop mode. Thinking about it. In a few minutes. You know what? Since we're going to be bored waiting on this, let's try to liven things up. Let's see. See if there's any news for me to react. Alright, so this is where I'm going to do the typical YouTube reaction thing and say, go subscribe to Philip DeFranco if you like how he covers the news. Let's see what the fuck just happened in the $200,000 Lego saga. No sound coming from the... There we go. I'm sorry, an AI did what? Yeah, that whole story is absolutely fucking insane. I really don't know how else to describe. Like, what the fuck? Okay, you guys hear it.
In at least 2 criminal cases, but that also hasn't stopped him from continuing to post videos where he says that he's exposing the truth. You have that now including this latest one, which shows portions of body cam footage that Ben just obtained. And in it, you hear the Bricks and Minifig CEO Ammon McNeff talking to a cop after Ben got released from jail the first time several months ago. And while the footage is old, the stuff in it is new, and it's actually pretty extreme. And so, for example, you have McNeff repeatedly telling this cop that Ben, he's just a straight up sociopath.
He acts really, like, cutesy, like he's clearly got some form of sociopathic disorder. Because he lies through his teeth, he says and does whatever he can to just get away with whatever he wants.
Honest to goodness, he's a sociopath. We know this guy's a sociopath, and so we're very afraid for our staff.
In fact, you have McNeff claiming that he is so scared that he's considering exercising his Second Amendment rights.
But at this point, I just need some information so I can tell our staff what is going on, because if I need to go and get some of my staff armed so that he can't threaten them, that's what I need to do.
In your opinion...
Wait. Hold up. So, you're telling me that the owner of Bricks and Minifigs actively wanted to shoot an independent journalist who was wanting to cover the lawsuit between one of Bricks and Minifigs' clients and Bricks and Minifigs? Okay, Jan. Tell me you're projecting when you're calling the journalist a sociopath. Good fucking God.
Would you go get a shotgun and bring it in the store?
And as far as how you have been interpreting that, he said...
He's trying to come up with a reason to justify murdering us, I think.
You then also have McNeff elaborating in that call that not only is Ben a pathological liar, he's also threatened to kill the company's employees, which is something that Ben has denied. And then he also delivers this jaw-dropping claim.
As we've done some additional, searches on him, he has, it appears that a relative of him was, convicted of, child porn or child, sexual, contact, some of these other types of things. So there's a very real chance that he may have been abused as a child, but that set him through a mental disorder, kind of whatever the case may be.
In reaction to that, you have Ben seemingly just joking about it, like maybe he's got...
I'm sorry. What are you fucking... Okay. There is a term when referring to religious idiots who are making claims against people without any evidence. It's called projection, because they have to come up with the idea somewhere. So, for context, Bricks and Minifigs owner, the person who you just heard on that call that Bill is currently covering, is Mormon. And when I say Mormon, I mean not just Mormon. He's a part of an extremist branch of the mainstream church. There are several extremist groups that have branched out from... Not that Mormonism is an extremist religion, it isn't. Most Mormons are chill people. But he is a part of an extreme group inside the main religion that happens to hold a lot of political power in Salt Lake City. Not enough to actually change policy, mind you, but enough to let its members get away with some. Including, but not limited to, making false accusations against an independent journalist that apparently are now surfacing. Feel sorry for the cops who've had to deal with this shit.
A pedo uncle that he's never met before. Then he also appears to find the person that he assumes McNeff was talking about. Where you've got this other guy in Ohio by the name of Benjamin Schneider, which Reckless Ben says is just a coincidence.
I mean, clearly this person is not me. I mean, But also, maybe Ammon's not the smartest person in the world, so maybe he thought that we were the same person. I don't know, but
But hey, despite all these big claims by McNeff, the cops are like, hey, sorry, we're not the ones who released him. You got to take it up with the judge. But then you also hear the cops saying that he'll stack charges on top of each other to deter Ben from going after the company.
We'll stack him until he leaves you guys alone, I guess. You know what I mean? Or they put him in jail, one or the other. I'll try to stack it on this stalking.
I'm sorry? Active collusion with the police department. Why hasn't the judge thrown the book at Bricks and Minifigs yet? God. Oh, dear.
And this practice of stacking charges, it's not new, but we should explain it. But it's at least as old as the 19th century. It's a well-known thing, and the idea is that police take what's really just one crime and they chop it up into numerous overlapping crimes to just bury the defendant in charges. Or just think, divide crime, multiply punishment. So for example, in 2004, there was this completely separate incident where a farmer accidentally let his goats trespass. But the cops, they hit him with 170 misdemeanors, one for each goat, totaling 60 years in prison. But also, I do want to know, while people have long criticized this practice, and I think understandably, the cop threatening to do it is not also necessarily proof of some evil, sinister conspiracy. And I also have to say, a thing that I've stressed along this entire journey, a caveat to that clip and all the others I've shown here, is that right now we are only getting Ben's perspective. And so I mean that generally, as well as, stuff like the cuts, they're all his. Like, we don't know if he's omitting any important context. Right? No matter my opinion, I always think it's a very important thing to flag as we're still waiting for what could be the whole picture.
He has a point.
Along. Right? And all of this, as you have Bricks and Minifigs continuing to maintain their innocence. Right? They argue that Ben and Brian, they should really be going after the original store owner, Crystal, because according to the company, when its staff took the store over, they found spreadsheets showing that she had significantly underreported sales to Brian. And they claim that they even offered to give Brian all the Legos left in the store, whether they were really his or not, just to put an end to the whole headache and just make him whole again, or at least close to it. But allegedly, Brian refused, and as of right now, we keep getting updates on a situation that it feels like there's no end in sight.
everyone's saying that the Lego videos are wrapping up. I think the Lego series is actually just started.
But also, what I'll tell you is that Bricks and Minifigs is not the only major corporation dealing with a PR nightmare right now. Because you just had ESPN having one of their most well-known on-air names disappearing right in the middle of a show. At the center of this, you have NFL Live host Ryan Clark. And if you're not someone who follows ESPN particularly closely, Clark, he's worked there as an NFL analyst for 11 years at this point. Just a couple of years ago, you had him winning an Emmy for Outstanding Personality Studio Analyst, and he was making around
Yeah, I remember the guy.
a year. So seemingly, he's good at what he does, but he's also had several pretty heated exchanges over the years, including when he dismissed Peter Schrager's opinion as a non-player last fall. But these sorts of things, they weren't new, and so no one was really prepared for this sudden absence on the Monday show after a commercial break. And actually, according to reports, the executives had planned to officially give Clark his pink slip yesterday morning. But then reportedly, you had the word about Clark's impending layoff getting leaked, and journalists were starting to ask questions. So the executives, they go, hey, we can't let other people beat us to the punch. Let's just cut him. And I'll leave it to you, if that was the kinder or even just the better choice. Regardless, he didn't finish out the broadcast, and so it led to a bunch of rumors online. While you had a lot of people noting this controversial or that moment, it also is a very important thing that he was not the only person cut. But it turns out he was just a part of the layoff tidal wave. There was also Cam Newton, Tom Pelissero, and Carl Ravitch. So you've got some veterans at ESPN.
All of them.
Decades of experience between them, and they still got the axe, which has also sparked a lot of backlash from a lot of people, including the likes of Stephen A. Smith. Right?
Okay, so for some context, all of the people that got cut are people I know. Not personally, but, their careers are stuff that I studied when I took the class on the sports coverage and sports news as entertainment news, where it covered specifically commentators, because commentators are, for lack of a better way to put it, entertainers. Even news commentators, like the ones on CNN and Philip DeFranco himself, are technically a form of entertainment. So, with Brian Clark and all of these extended firings, I've read about their careers. I know of them by name. I remember some of their accomplishments. But, yeah, decades of experience. Good fucking lord, what is ESPN thinking?
Him taking his issue with Ryan Clark getting the axe all the way up the ladder, and he made his opinion known.
What I care about is that my brother, Ryan Clark, a person that I consider to be arguably the best NFL analyst in America.
And I would agree.
A member of ESPN. can't even tell y'all how much that hurts. Decisions like this, I would imagine, don't come easy. And we all got to be grown-ups, because regardless of the disgust with the decision that was made, you understand they have to be made.
You then also had the likes of Barstool's Dave Portnoy chiming in as well, saying another glaring difference between ESPN and Barstool, loyalty matters here. At ESPN, there is no such thing. Not saying our way is right, but just more family versus corporate. So that did not touch the outrage from everyday fans. Fans saying things like, it's sad what has happened to ESPN, it really is. They literally invented the TV sports media. They were loaded with fun, talented personalities who made sports fun and was basically appointment TV for any sports fan. But then adding, then they just willfully destroyed their own product from the inside out, a slow death by 1,000 self-inflicted paper cuts. As far as Ryan Clark himself, he issued a response saying, sending prayers and love to all those laid off today by ESPN. Saying, so many of you have poured your life into that company, and I know how you're feeling right now. My hope is, as this door closes, another opens for you all. Right, but as far as why these cuts, like why did they happen? Well, at least the official reason seems to stem from the acquisition of NFL Network and NFL Red Zone distribution rights that was finalized earlier this year. And you had ESPN chairman Jimmy Pitaro saying in a memo, throughout this process, we have taken the time to carefully evaluate our collective teams, resources, and organizational structure to best position us for the future. As a result, we had to make some difficult decisions about job impacts. But then also, there looks to be another piece of this puzzle, at least in a lot of people's eyes. And that is the Pat McAfee of it all. Right? Because while you have ESPN coming in with these layoffs, they're also reportedly closing in on a record-breaking contract extension with Pat worth somewhere between $60 and $65 million per year. Right? Pat's show partnered with ESPN, and him and his show apparently have made themselves so invaluable by securing this niche of younger audiences and bringing them back to the cable television world that they're just throwing money at them. So then with that, you're seeing a lot of people speculating about whether these layoffs are connected to Pat getting that big paycheck. And in fact, this got so big, he addressed it on his show.
We don't like that, but we are very honored that we are still partnering with ESPN and Disney for the good of sport for the future. And I hate this. Like, we actually hate when we first got there was one of the, it feels like this happens in corporations a lot. There's billions and billions of dollars in these companies, and hard decisions have to get made, and we don't like any of them, and we hope we're an asset to the company going forward.
Well said.
I hope we continue to be an asset to the company.
And you also had Pat noting that this is not the first time he's seen this accusation. That's because back in 2023,
Jesus.
Pat signed his existing $30 million a year contract. There was a huge wave of layoffs there that included several on-air personalities that were household names. But all in all, it is going to be interesting to see how all of this shakes out. Does it affect ESPN's viewership at all, and thus their bottom line and connection to that? Does it affect the way that people look at Pat moving forward, whether it's his existing fans or people in the sports space? Also, what happens with a lot of these people that got cut, especially front-facer ones? Do you see them go start online things, or they get started? And then, before we get to that, just a minute, first, thank you so much. Sometimes the real financial damage, it's not just one big purchase, it's 12 you know the cost. It's only like $100 and somebody built a subscription army. And here's the thing, today's sponsor, Rocket Money, it's the easiest defense to this. I mean, I use Rocket Money because it puts my accounts, spending, and recurring charges all in one place instead of making me investigate my finances across multiple apps. And my favorite feature is when it automatically finds and organizes subscriptions so I can see what I'm paying for and what I forgot existed. Though also actually maybe the best part is when I spot something that I no longer use, and Rocket Money can actually help cancel it with a couple of taps. And it also categorizes transactions, giving me a breakdown of where my money's going. Or because I barely spent anything this month, it falls apart when I actually get confronted with evidence. And you can create budgets and spending goals by category and then get insights.
But yeah, go subscribe to the Phil DeFranco Show. That's just the first 10 minutes of his 30-minute episode today. We might continue listening to it if we wind up having to do another reboot. Go subscribe to him on YouTube if you're on YouTube. Not right now, of course. But he does the breakdown of the top headlines every day, Monday through Friday, and occasionally he does an emergency Saturday or Sunday show. Get that sky shard. Because that will at least unlock a fast travel point. I do not need. here so I don't that. Okay.
That free solitude of being in the open wilds.
Forgot which device my keyboard was connected. Screen.
What are you thinking?
Any thoughts?
Nothing important.
Connect cable. Operation.
We should look for game while we're out here.
The spell will launch with the mod. But gravity needs to be percent. Wait. Kind of want to see what happens if I have the wings on as a wing. Wings require ingredients. Disable the swim boost. Recipe. Craftable wings. Try this again. That worked. No, I a little bit
territorial. Doesn't end well for most who encounter them unawares.
Lucian So that's... Press off.
God. That cave could make good shelter, provided we clear out whatever's in.
We clear out whatever's inside it yet. And is something else. Let's do. Press 2 to
Side. All around it. I'm with you.
Yep. And it's definitely not going to work. Hold on. To check what I have set to my controller. Okay, I'm not going to be using the O romance stuff for so something.
Might find some hawkers at the cup. Psst. Nothing. Hawker steak.
I'll just spell the wing. Again.
Eyes out for the guardians of this place.
Okay, so we have that on hand. Or if we need it.
Reminds me of...
Hello there, fellow traveler. One itinerant minstrel and wandering wastrel at your service.
Can you teach me about speechcraft?
Ah, well, after a little incident with a roguish lad and the daughter of a prominent thane, well, let's just say, best not. Afraid not. But if you're serious about sharpening that tongue, you might try the Bard's College in Solitude. All right.
Have you ever thought about taking the sea? Just leaving the world behind?
Hey, another sky shard. So yay, fast travel. Perfect. Oh, crap. Okay, guess I did not save fast enough and too many things were happening at once on screen. Got it. At least we're not going to have to wait for shaders to render. While we're waiting, let's find out what the fuck was up with that AI. Let's see if that's the next story. Yeah, looks like that's the next story Phil covered
Hamlet
today.
appears to be this first-of-its-kind AI on AI attack, being incredibly concerning to tech leaders, government officials, and cybersecurity experts. And so to try to break this down for you in plain English, last week you had the tech company Hugging Face announcing it dealt with a highly unusual security incident. And you've got reports describing Hugging Face as a kind of digital library of AI technology, and in a blog post it said it found an intrusion into part of its production infrastructure that was, quote, driven end-to-end by an autonomous AI agent system. And while at the time they didn't know who or what was responsible, yesterday OpenAI released a post of their own, kind of slowly raising their hand to say, sorry, that was us, explaining that it was actually driven by two of its models, GPT 5.6 Soul and what they described as an even more capable model that has not been released. And apparently they were operating on reduced guardrails so that they could be internally tested on certain cyber capabilities at the time of the hack. And so you had them doing this in what's known as a sandbox, which is supposed to be this safe and controlled testing environment. But these models were apparently able to find vulnerabilities to get out of the sandbox and reach the open internet. From there, the models basically decided that Hugging Face likely had answers to its test questions and had just found a remote path to access its servers. Or with one Bloomberg op-ed explaining, the AI wasn't acting with malice, it was simply pursuing the objectives set by its researchers and cheating on a test to achieve a better score. Now for their part, OpenAI said that they consider this to be a totally unprecedented incident.
Oh, God.
These kinds of events are, quote, something we expect to become more commonplace with the proliferation of increasingly cyber-capable models. You actually had Hugging Face thanking OpenAI for its cooperation and adding that they don't believe there was any bad intent, and you had their CEO writing, we suspected last week's cyber attack might have come from a frontier lab given the sophistication of the agent. Turns out it did. It's quite mind-blowing that all of this happened autonomously. The investigation is ongoing and we'll share more learnings from what might be the first incident of its kind. But also, and I think this is an important aspect of it, that same op-ed from Bloomberg, it argued that the back-patting over transparency and the accountability, it's really not worth much. And they added, OpenAI can't be let off the hook so easily. It probably shouldn't be building systems that have advanced cyber capabilities if it can't contain them properly. The general counsel of an AI policy group saying, luckily, this time the damage appears to have been limited, but adding, without further industry-wide precautions and safety measures, next time we may not be so lucky. And you had that also echoed by another security researcher who told the New York Times that
Yeah, an AI model actively accessing external systems, well, and far disconnected from the isolated sandbox it was supposed to be in. We live in hell. Anyway.
Companies, they need to prepare for AI attacks. Because there are two concerning worlds here. One, a well-meaning person going, hey, let's test this AI. Hey, AI, turn off the lights. Oh, God. It just sabotaged all the power plants because that was the easiest way for it to turn off the power. Or you get a bad actor that has a tool like this in their hands. Especially because while you have both these companies saying this is the first attack of its nature, other AI companies have still found similar issues in the past. Just earlier this year, you had Anthropic saying that it wouldn't be releasing its new Mythos model because it posed too many cybersecurity threats. Right? Instead, you had them just releasing it to other tech companies so they could protect themselves. You even had the White House getting involved on what AI models the company could release. And actually, with this latest situation, you had OpenAI reportedly telling the Trump administration about the incident before sharing details with the public. Because this is something the government's been concerned about, and in June, you had Trump signing an executive order allowing the federal government to vet AI models for up to a month before their public release. So you have many there that fear that the administration hasn't gone far enough. And in fact, you had one member of Congress writing about today's
No,
news saying,
full year.
extremely alarmed.
Minimum.
AI is developing
Full year.
extremely fast with no real regulations to keep us safe. That has to change. We need regular mandatory independent safety testing and oversight, mandatory disclosure of...
Have you read I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream? Have you watched The Amazing Digital Circus? This is how you get both of those. We need a lot of regulation and a lot of oversight when it comes to anything that uses large language learning. Because true AI cannot be achieved with large language learning models. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna say it. The modern AI craze runs entirely off of large language models. And language is so complicated and finicky that a computer would not be able to understand the language. Coding languages are one thing, yeah? But the coding languages are designed to work within machine code, within the brains of the machines. But when it comes to literally anything involving human language does not function the same way as computer code. Not by a long shot. So, large language models are incapable, base level, of becoming truly sentient. They can mimic sentience, but... Okay, how do I put this? Without sounding racist. So, you know the demon species in Freerun, right? The monsters that evolved enough mimicry skills to be able to fool humans into large-scale conflicts and devour entire cities overnight? Yeah, that's large language model type learning. If you can mimic language enough, you can pass yourself off as sentient. But if you don't understand the meaning or the emotion behind those words, and the context, and the evaluation of that context within societal constructs, you cannot, under any circumstances, be considered understanding that language in its entirety. And understanding a language in its entirety is a part of the measure of sentience. Even if you don't know a few words here or there, you're fine, as long as you get the intent and the meaning. That's why humans are able to get context clues for words they don't understand. And that's why that's the recommended method for learning, as a human, the meanings of words, the context. Large language models are inherently incapable of that shit. The demons in Freerun are entirely incapable of that shit. As a result, you get them doing all kinds of things outside of the bounds of the parameters they are working within. It's why the demons in Freerun get exposed so easily. Their primary objective is to feed, to not starve. Yes? However, the tools with which they've been given are mimicry with the explicit purpose of deception. Given the tools at their disposal and the inability to properly understand the context clues, the demons of Freerun evolved in a specific way to mimic language, same way that large language models do, but not the intent. Because if you mimic an intent enough, you have that intent. How do I put this? It's like the thing that is always said to closeted people who are trying to pretend to be straight. Right? Like, if you are actively having to block out a thought, that thought is there. If your subroutines are actively trying to bring up something, that is there. That is intent. That is the soul. It's part of the reason why I think it's important to nip predatory behavior in the bud. Because it, how do I put this? Predatory behavior, when externalized, indicates the intent by the action. However, that intent is still there even after the behavior has been. Is why you have to put sex offenders on a registry. Right? Can't unthink a thought. Right? Now, like, if an occasional stray thought happens, regardless of what type of stray thought, randomly think, oh, this person beaten up, bloodied, yada yada. If you think that as a stray thought, that can just be an intrusive thought. But if it's a constant thought, it says something about what's going on inside your brain's wiring and your soul's reception of your brain's wiring. If that makes any sense. The problem with that is one of the things that makes us human. You can't control that shit. We get prompts effectively from the combination of our souls and our brains at speeds that large language models can't handle. But because we also have interpretation and intent, we can understand that shit. We can avoid like 90% of the problems caused by them. Large language models cannot, will not, ever. Anyway, I will leave this paused and up in the corner, because we might have another crash here soon if it is something tied to this particular. But at least we know we can fly around the issue, and that the paraglider mod was definitely causing the crash mixed with flight. Okay, there's trying to think of a personal example from my life. Oh, right. When I was still a part of the cult, I was actively trying to not be gay. Because I thought
Have you ever thought
gayness
about
itself
taking a
was
seat,
evil.
just leaving the world behind?
But the problem is, I was
Reminds me of-
actively having to suppress that shit the entire fucking time. Like, I had to literally suppress my soul to the point, eventually, the intent of my heart won out. And I flirted too close to the sun with someone I didn't know
Very peaceful.
was straight.
Just down the door, you see.
Like, it was a whole thing. And it wound up not only outing me,
You can find Imperial influence, you'll be sure to find a host of criminal activity, right? Under nuisance. What can I do for you?
Kaiden, can I ask you something?
Sure.
With you all the way. Something on your mind?
okay, so the
Let's
rest
go.
option is
It feels like half of Skyrim has become outlaws. By Xenothar, get a trade. There's an operation like this come to fruition right under Moses.
I've seen mud crabs braver than most
I'd love
bandits.
to learn that ward spell Tolfdo was teaching us about. If you've got a copy of the spell tome, I could see.
I need to trade some things with you.
What a
his
coincidence!
outfit broke.
I need to trade some things with you too.
Out. Outfit's fixed.
This camp smells of sweat and death. Let's not linger here.
Let's take a look. King Skeever, Solitude. Yeah?
As fair as an of springtime in old straw. McCann.
See what other soul have.
Bandits steal and kill without remorse. They don't deserve to live.
And now, just to be on point. Okay, so as cute as the fairy wings are, and on the nose, doesn't look cool enough. Let's see. Yeah. Dragon wing. Huh? Sorcerer. I think I like the
Watch where
design
you're
of the
going,
soul
friend.
hound. Okay, so even approaching the winking skeever was... They should have saved right. Maybe I should check to see if the autosave is turned on. That's part of it. Autosave is turned on, and it's obviously not autosaving. That might be some of it. Good to know for next time. Let's continue.
Security incidents and international cooperation to keep people safe from absolute disaster. And that's also, as you had others using it to promote current legislation that could address some of the issues. And so with this, while I'm very interested in all your thoughts on any of today's stories that stood out to you, I love going into those comments. I've been also doing audio replies when I get the chance. Especially with this one, I'd love to know your thoughts on this hack and kind of this new era of cybersecurity threats that we just might not be ready for. But also, while, the dangers of AI and cyber attacks, they're very real, they're very scary, there's also something else we have to worry about, and that is nuclear war. And while in recent history there have been concerns about, North Korea, who's been oddly silent as far as the news is concerned, or others worried that something might come from these India-Pakistan fights. But now you're seeing more and more people concerned because Trump just struck a deal with Saudi Arabia that could allow it to enrich nuclear fuel, even while his war to keep Iran from doing the exact same thing could set off a chain reaction that could lead to both countries pursuing nuclear weapons. And all of this, it's happening as Trump's again threatening potential war crimes against Iran. You've got Pete Hegseth saying that everything with Iran right now has cost taxpayers at least $37 billion, but billions more are still
Jesus.
turning around ships in the Red Sea to send oil prices even higher. But we should definitely start with this deal with Saudi Arabia because it actually goes years back. Because you had the Biden administration also being in talks to help Saudi Arabia build a civilian nuclear program, but also only as part of a wider deal that would have involved the country normalizing relations with Israel. You have many saying really any hope of that, it's fallen apart after Hamas attacked Israel in 2023, and then Israel responded by laying waste to Gaza. But now Trump, he separated the proposal for civilian nuclear cooperation from any demand that Saudi Arabia recognize Israel. And the deal that he's now agreed to would reportedly last 30 years and be worth tens of billions of dollars. You've got the idea being that American companies will have a leading role in developing
Jesus.
Saudi
Fuck.
Arabia infrastructure, while foreign adversaries will be shut out. And I will say, this deal, it is not without precedent. It's known as a 123 agreement because it's governed by Section 123 of the U.S. Atomic Energy Act. And the aim is to enable the sharing of nuclear material and technology for non-military purposes while ensuring the non-proliferation of nuclear weapons. The U.S. actually already has 26 of these agreements with the International Atomic Energy Agency and 51 governments around the world. And that includes, for example, Saudi Arabia's next door neighbor, the United Arab Emirates. With that deal being negotiated mostly under George W. Bush, and then it was finalized and went into effect in 2009 under Barack Obama. It actually came to be known as the gold standard for international civil nuclear cooperation. So actually, in some way, it's yet another example of Obama making an agreement that Trump hasn't been able to match. And that's because the UAE agreed that it wouldn't enrich its own uranium or reprocess spent nuclear fuel, right? And it also agreed to stringent inspections by signing what it called an additional protocol with the International Atomic Energy Agency. But Trump, he agreed to terms with Saudi Arabia that may actually limit international inspectors from going to any sites in the country that they think could be a pathway to diverting fuel to weapons projects. And you had Trump also leaving the door open for Saudi Arabia to eventually start enriching nuclear fuel all on its own. Right? And the way that this could happen is that there would be a joint study involving both countries. And if the study concludes that domestic enrichment is warranted, it would be American companies that would build the enrichment facility under a secretive black box arrangement that would, in theory, keep Saudi Arabia from developing the technology itself. But of course, that wouldn't change the fact that the facility would exist on Saudi soil. And with that, you had an expert on non-proliferation telling CNN, you can't be sure that the Saudis would not try to nationalize a facility. And adding, then, the US president in power at the time would be faced with whether they would have to bomb the facility to try to prevent a breakout or something of that sort. But even then, you had this expert also explaining that Saudi technicians and scientists working on enrichment centrifuges could apply their knowledge in other secret facilities that are well hidden and well fortified, which is actually what kind of happened in Pakistan. Right? That's where you had the scientist by the name of Abdul Qadir Khan. He's considered the father of Pakistan's
Not good.
program and is believed to have relied upon centrifuge blueprints from a European company. And Khan, he's also believed to have shared that knowledge with other countries, including North Korea and Iran. Though also notably, Pakistan and Iran's civilian nuclear programs started in the same way, or with the help of the United States under an initiative known as Atoms for Peace, launched under the administration of Dwight Eisenhower. In fact, an American company built Iran's first nuclear reactor. But of course, it was a big difference. A lot of people forget this. They were the closest U.S. ally in the Middle East at the time. But then, there was that revolution, it became the Islamic Republic of Iran, and decades later, drastically different situation. And well, to be clear, Iran is believed to have pursued nuclear weapons in the past, and following Trump's withdrawal from an Obama-era nuclear deal that enriched uranium to near weapons grade, there was no new intelligence that we know of when Trump attacked suggesting that they had any plans to build a bomb. But now, of course, you have many saying that the regime is more likely to do so because it seems like it's the only option to deter the United States. In connecting all this, you now have experts saying this deal with Saudi Arabia, it just adds to the pressure. You got the head of the Middle East program at a DC-based think tank writing on social media. Saudi enrichment would put immense pressure on Iran to get the bomb. Is Trump trying to provoke Iran into weaponizing? And then, of course, if that happens, more are going to follow suit. Or you've got Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed Bonesaw saying unequivocally that his country, which actually, like Iran, is theocratic, authoritarian, with little respect for human rights, it would build nuclear weapons if Iran does. And so you've also had people like the head of the Non-Proliferation Policy Education Center claiming that the idea that this will have a happy ending is delusional. But also I should note, there are at least some who see potential here. Where you've got Robert Einhorn, a former State Department official who advised both Republican and Democratic administrations, telling the Wall Street Journal, the agreement could help revitalize the U.S. nuclear industry, strengthen U.S.-Saudi ties, and deny Russia and China a strategically important role in the Saudi nuclear program. Though he then also added that unless it contains adequate constraints, including on enrichment, it could increase nuclear proliferation risks in the Middle East and beyond. But it's far from clear right now whether those current safeguards are enough. And that's there's even more that we don't know because Trump also reportedly agreed to what have been described as 2 secret side letters with Saudi Arabia. Now, the White House, they're reportedly expected to argue that they contain proprietary business information and deal with sensitive national security issues, but also who the fuck knows with this administration, honestly? And well, yeah, many members of Congress
Yeah,
like
they've lied
to
too
say
much
about it,
to know
none of
for
it
sure.
really matters unless there's a 2/3 majority to stop the deal. But also, speaking of Congress, they do technically still have the power of the purse, at least. And that ends up being very important because Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth appeared before the Senate Appropriations Committee yesterday to ask for $67 billion in additional funding to cover the costs of the war. A war that he claimed had already cost taxpayers around $37.4 billion. So a very big thing here is that number does not include the cost of rebuilding American military bases in the Middle East damaged during this conflict. And in fact, there might even be more that's left out, which is why you had Senator Patty Murray, the top Democrat on the committee, calling the estimate suspiciously low. Though I will say probably the most heated exchange might have been between Hegseth and Michigan Democrat Gary Peters. Because Peters, you had him saying that the Trump administration's efforts to win the war have been an utter and complete failure. And while you had Hegseth accusing Peters of spearing the troops with that statement, Peters made very clear who his words were directed at.
I will tell you how I use the word failure, because I use the word failure to their leaders. You, sir, are the failure. Not the men and women who are on that front line, but if there's a lack of a winning strategy, they're in harm's way. Their leaders have failed them. And that's what's happening. We have political leadership. You don't have a strategy. You don't have a long-term plan to actually win this war. Win the war. The men and women are going to be able to do it, but they need to have leadership. When will you show leadership? When will you show leadership?
You then also had this huge moment with Georgia Senator John Ossoff reading back Hegseth's past statements from early in the war, claiming that Iran's military had been destroyed and made combat ineffective, that the U.S. had achieved every single one of its objectives, and that the operation had been a historic and overwhelming victory. Then when you had Ossoff asking Hegseth whether those statements were accurate, he spent several minutes refusing to just give a yes or no answer, even though those statements are verifiably false, and that is not an opinion. All the evidence you really need is the fact that the war is still happening, and Hegseth is there asking for tens of billions of dollars to keep fighting. And then as far as the war, you had the U.S. military saying last night that it had completed its 11th straight night of strikes on Iran. And that's even as a new U.S. intelligence assessment has reportedly concluded that these strikes are unlikely to get Iran to soften its demands or back down. And all the while, of course, you have Iran still fighting back. That's why you had Trump today attending the dignified transfer of the 4 U.S. troops who lost their lives in this conflict over the past week. And actually, he claimed that they had all spoken in support of the war.
All of them said very strongly, we cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. They won't have a nuclear weapon.
But of course, one, almost no one's buying that. And two, you got many believing that it's just an attempt to justify the fact that he might be about to send even more troops to their death. Or because you now have it being reported that he's debating between trying again at diplomacy or just launching a massive joint military campaign with Israel to try to force Iran to finally bow down. And it at least seems
Jesus
toward that
fuck.
second choice. But he's been dismissive of potential talks.
Fuck,
and you have him saying yesterday that the U.S. will bomb Iran's Pickaxe Mountain.
We'll be hitting that area probably pretty soon. And there's not a thing they can do about it. Normally I wouldn't say that. If I thought they could do something about it, I would never say that. But we'll be hitting that area pretty soon, and very heavily.
Right, and Pickaxe Mountain is the home of a secret underground facility that's believed to have been under construction since 2020 and isn't operational yet. But also, earlier this week, we had the Wall Street Journal reporting that Israel provided the U.S. with intelligence suggesting that Iran had moved thousands of centrifuges there. But Iran, they've insisted that there's no nuclear activity at the site, and you had a spokesperson for the country's foreign ministry claiming that the new focus on it is nothing more than a fabricated pretext for aggression, destruction, and sabotage. But also, really whatever
Jesus
the case is
fucking
there, it's
Christ.
not an easy target. You've got the site reportedly so far underground that experts say that even the U.S.'s most powerful bunker-busting bombs, or like the ones used to attack the other nuclear sites in the country in June of 2025, those might not be effective. And so Trump instead, he might opt for softer targets, with him today going back to the tried and true approach of threatening potential war crimes. Writing on social media, from this point forward, anytime the Islamic Republic of Iran shoots at a ship in the Strait of Hormuz, whether it be by missile, rocket, drone, or any other device or weapon, the United States will bomb and destroy one bridge or power plant, including those located next to or in the capital city of Tehran. But then also, while there, he's desperately trying to come up with something to get the Strait of Hormuz back to normal. The new Houthi blockade in the Red Sea, that's already having an effect. You now have at least 7 ships that have reversed course since it was announced earlier this week. And as you have all this going down, the price of oil has also gone back up past $95 a barrel for the first time in 6 weeks. And so as long as this has been going on, as bad as it's been, this still could just be the beginning. And then there's even more that we got to dive into in just a minute, but let me thank a sponsor and say, Balesa, they're giving away a free Rose toy to every single one of you. And no, not just some of you. Everyone who signs up at bbvibes.com/DeFranco wins something. That's the deal. Because Balesa, they reached out again, and I guess last time I did a giveaway, you guys went nuts. And I'll be honest, I normally in the past would hesitate on a sexual wellness brand, let alone doing a deal again, but they seem to be the real deal. They built a comprehensive catalog of wellness products for everybody. I mean, it doesn't matter who you are or what you're into, they've got something designed with you in mind. One of the things I like about Balesa is the intentionality, right? Everything.
But yeah, so Sorry, I got distracted thinking about vibrators. 3 cheers for the ad break. See, did he have any other stories to cover? Oh yeah, the one I can't play on Twitch. TLDR, the leader of the nation that starts with the letter I was officially declared a war criminal by New York. However, it requires federal officials to get involved. Go subscribe to the Philip DeFranco Show and his partner podcast, Crashing Out with Philip DeFranco and Pearlmania 2000. Like, both shows are amazing, and they do a good job of condensing the news into something that's bite-sized and manageable. Especially for someone like me, who is either constantly at work or constantly unable to, you know...
They don't deserve to live.
Or, you know, constantly unable to, you know, get access to news channels. Had to surreptitiously change a certain someone's primary news app on Alexa to NPR.
How come bandits always think they'll win?
Because she point-blank refused
Not hear the stories about the dragon.
to believe that the Nordic countries are doing better than they were 10 years ago when it comes to healthcare, even though it's been distinctly proven that they are doing much better. I have the Sky Shard, so I have the fast travel point. Hard save. Check settings, because if autosave is turned on, that could be causing some crash issues. It's not been autosaving once this entire stream. Realize the Winking Skeever's probably inside Solitude, isn't it? Well, that might be also part of the reason there's a crash. The Solitude thing right there on that gap. Be kind of important. I added a player home. Try to avoid actually landing in the city, because that will be an instant crash. Yep, there's Solitude. Above Solitude. Winking Skeever is appearing outside of the gate. Slowly descend to allow for the rendering to kick in. There's a hidden platform there. 3 cheers for the developers leaving spaghetti code literally everywhere. See how long it takes my followers to respawn in. Okay, we've got Lucian. He's the only one I don't have a summon spell for. That's good. Bjorn.
Perfect strong cloak, the rifle high king. What a laugh.
Gore. Where is the husband? Thankfully, his summon spells is to crashing.
Between the dragons and the storm cloaks, he's in trouble.
Powers. Equipped. Force appear. Save here. Going to have to enter Solitude. Since we're here, I might as well do the goddamn Wabbajack quest. Okay. Wabbajack. Wabbajack. Like, the service is great, don't get me wrong. It just doesn't work with Linux. But I also hate the staff. Staff of Shewa Gorath, Wabbajack, is by far the most ridiculous weapon in the entire fucking game, for a good reason.
They can't hurt Uncle Rogbeer. Tell them he didn't do it.
Position. Sorry, you need to go home. Go home and
I'm
stay
going
there
to
until your mother comes.
do my best to ignore the execution right behind me.
You should.
But yeah, if we have to be in Solitude for any extended period of time, like if we have to do a wait, we'll deal with the one. So I can get it out of the way. I don't remember how to deal with shit for a couple of them.
Come on in. We got warm food, warm drinks, and warm beds.
You again.
Me again.
You're not still after Serrano, are you? Look, if you're wanting to cause him trouble, I'm glad to help out. But I already told you everything I had to say.
That was a good start, but I need more information. Some of the Dark Rose's crew may have been in the city recently.
I might know something, but information doesn't come free. Tell you what, buy a lady a drink, then we'll talk.
I don't care much for the ale here. Always tastes a bit like
Alright,
burnt hair
let's show these
smells.
milk
Yeah.
drinkers what's good.
I'll still drink it.
I hope this jogs your memory.
Indeed it does.
A little Brett might be a little harsh on Where's an amulet of Mara when you need one?
Well,
You know the Dark Rose is False Serrano's ship, right?
Gods don't cut each other any slack.
Some bitch could teach my
Not in
little
our
ball
nature.
how to scheme. Whatever you think you're getting out of this, he's 4 moves ahead, and you haven't even figured out what game you're playing. Trust me.
you said you had information.
The advice was kindly meant, and freely given. Anyway, there was a full-on brawl a few nights ago at the base of the arch. Bunch of lowlifes from the docks and an escaped prisoner. Right outside the gate, so the guards couldn't be bothered. Not sure if it was your guy, but respectable types use the main gate after dark. Now leave me alone unless you're bringing me another bottle. Or Serrano's head in a bag.
A warm fire.
So it looks like we will be in the area for a while, so let's just go ahead and do the Wabbajack quest and get it out of the way. Trigger the Wolf Queen quest.
Winking Skaver? Alright, that's pretty good. I won't lie.
Remember, where the fuck this quest starts.
Sorry. The thought of a guy getting shouted apart. I'd
There
like to
once
see
was
that.
a hero named Lucian Flavius, whose singing and writing and looks were just marvelous.
Are you available?
Well, I'm not doing anything at the moment, no.
Good, the two of us then. Would you be interested?
Oh, I think I just heard me companion calling for us.
Feel free to come back another time. New in town, right? If you need a place to sleep, head over to the Winking Skeever. We keep a fine inn.
Did he just flirt with Gaiden?
Everything all right?
Too many references.
Let's rest here.
Aye. I think we've earned it. Need some help?
What's wrong, Kaiden?
I'm intrigued.
Oh, what about?
What were you getting up to before you rescued me?
I've been in Skyrim for a while. I own a home here.
Recent development aside, Skyrim's not a bad place to live.
We should drop by sometime, take a moment to relax.
I wouldn't mind that, actually.
That's all, really.
Glad to know a bit more about you.
Tell me about yourself.
Tell me more about yourself.
What would you like to know about me?
What's your weapon of choice?
Magic.
I think you should be careful with that. It's pretty dangerous stuff.
Tell me about yourself.
What did you want to know?
What are your best skills?
I've been taught my whole life to stay aware of my surroundings. It's one of the reasons I'm still alive.
Tell me about yourself.
What's got you curious?
So what brings you to Skyrim?
I've spent a long time wandering. This is where my feet led me.
There's more to it than that, surely.
Aye, isn't there always? To warn the truth, I've come back to Skyrim to learn something of my heritage. My bloodline. The few clues I have pointed me here, but it takes time to decode. So I'm paying my way by collecting bounties.
You have no family to ask?
No, not anymore. Perhaps I do have blood kin out there, but I've never known them.
You don't even know your own race?
No, I have no voice of the Emperor or dragon skin magic. I don't know the race of my mother. All I have is a hunch, but I need proof.
Perhaps I could help you solve this.
You do that? I suppose I could use the help. The best clue I have is my sword. I'm certain we can find out more in our travels.
Kaiden, will you tell me about your tattoo?
That's a lot to get into. What are you thinking?
Tell me about yourself.
Ask away.
I'd love to be as skilled as you.
Let me show you a move or two.
Tell me about yourself.
As you wish.
What are your best skills?
I was trained from a young age in many combat styles, but my focus was two-handed weapons and polearms. A halberd might be better for the battlefield, but my favourite weapon has always been the longsword. I'm damn near unbeatable.
Come on, let's get going.
All eyes to the road ahead.
Just a few more hours and I can crawl under some furs.
Usually right around here, yeah?
Couldn't have chosen a better day for traveling.
There's no glory in war, especially not in a war between brothers. It changes
You
even
help
the
me.
best of people.
You help people, right? That's what you do.
What do you need?
My master has abandoned me, abandoned his people, and nothing I say can change his mind. Now he refuses to even see me. He says I interrupt his vacation. It's been so many years. Won't you please help?
How?
No, he went into the forbidden wing of the palace to speak with an old friend. Said it had been ages since they had last had tea. Oh, and you'll need the hippo. It's very important. No entering Pelagius's wing without that.
So you need me to bring him back?
Yes, but don't try to use force. He's far too mighty. He'd crush you like a clay doll, or drop you from the sky, or simply eat your brain right up. Oh, but he probably won't do those things to you. Probably. Just remind him to come home, and there'll be no fighting or unpleasantness. Probably. He's just a little confused at the moment, is all. Knowing my master, he may very well reward you for bringing him to his senses.
Why do you need him back?
Without his guidance, our homeland is falling apart. North wages war against South. The holy flame flickers and dies. We need his return. Oh, but I'm sure he'll repay you when he comes to his senses. His favor is a powerful, powerful thing, and so very worth any inconveniences.
Who is your master?
He is a great man, but one rarely praised. He rules twin empires that span the length and breadth of our minds. All know him, but few can name him. But he has forbidden me from saying his name. He says it distracts him, and woe to those who draw his ire. But you will know him when you see him. He's the one who made me like this. Uh-huh.
You really have a way of attracting the strangest people, don't you?
I'm at your service. Of course.
Well, I was wondering how you think I'm doing.
Ah, well now. Do you want me to tell you what I really think of it all? Or you just wanting a quick thought?
Well, we have the time, and I'm curious about your thoughts, so tell me it all.
Right. Well, here goes. And remember, you asked for it. Let me see. You're rather brave despite being relatively new to clearing out old crypts and ruins in search of coin. Your ability to get lost in the pages of a book is an admirable thing. Sometimes I wish I was better at it. Let me think. You've discovered a few of those obelisks around Skyrim. Standing stones, aye? Perhaps we should go on a hunt for the rest. Your face is always a bit amusing to watch when you find an old chest. So hopeful. But then confusion sets in when you see there's fuck all inside. Hey, it makes me a bit nervous you walking around with that much coin. It's your choice, but I felt I should say something. You've got a few houses now, eh? Seems you're collecting property almost as fast as you're collecting titles. Let me see. Well, you've got more patience than me when it comes to lockpicks. First time one broke, I quit. Not you. You keep trying. And more importantly, improving. Let me see. Maybe you should let me take over the archery, eh? I can, give you a few tips sometime. Let me see. I won't judge you if this is the path you take, but we should be careful dealing with Daedric princes. You took the soul of a legendary beast thought lost to the ages, and showed yourself to be another legend come to life. The Dragonborn. I want you to know, I'm sort of glad I stuck with you instead of going my own way. Shit. Sounded a lot fucking better in my head. Look, I just meant to say I'm glad to be travelling with you. So, there you go. Me thoughts as they were. I think you're doing well, and look forward to seeing what the future holds for you. Wait. A homeless man talking nonsense gave you a hip bone. Well, that is weird. What's it supposed to do then? Because it's definitely not going to open any doors now, is it? Well, it's not a fucking key, is it?
All too irresistible.
Do you know Solitude's code?
I've never doing it.
Thane Eriker, you have a strong head for business. What do you suggest?
I swear to you, unnatural magics are coming from that cave. There are strange noises and lights. We need someone to investigate.
Then we will immediately send out a legion to scour the cave and secure the town.
Just to see the
Hafengar's
reaction.
people will always be safe under
Takes
my
everything
rule.
in me.
Your Eminence, my scrying has suggested nothing in the area. Dragon Bridge is under Imperial control. This is likely superstitious nonsense.
Perhaps a more tempered reaction?
I have to wonder. What does the Dragonborn do once he's been summoned by the Greybeards? Can the Thum be taught, like any skill?
Bunch of power scavengers from what I've seen. What about the cave?
I will have someone take care of the cave as well, Vardy. You can rest easy. You're dismissed. I'm not sure you... Do you have business with the court?
I hear you're looking for some help with Wolfskull Cave.
You mean the Dragon Bridge issue?
What do you have to
I'll be honest with you. I was planning to let that go.
The news is the same as it's
Barnius
been
is a
for the
bit
rest of
jumpy at the best of times.
Our borders are secure.
There have
at the
been
cost of
reports of
guards of our
weird
towns.
happenings near Wolfskull Cave. Travelers disappearing, odd lights. I suspect wild animals. Or perhaps bandits.
Are far from
I don't think it's worth our time with the war going on.
by bandits and
But if you want to
and
clear
now
out the cave,
bloody
I'll make
dragons.
sure you're repaid for your
My
work.
dear Brylan, barring any fancy...
Why is it called
frolic
Wolfskull
that could
Cave?
come from Haffinger are
The
surely
cave
capable
has a
of dealing
bad
with
history.
odd highwaymen
Long
and
ago,
stray dogs.
Potema the Wolf Queen
Trouble on
used
the
it
roads
for
of cities means less
necromantic
commerce.
rituals.
Less commerce means
That's
less
where it
money
got the
and more
name.
starving people. And
That was
means
over
more
500 years ago. Nothing much
That's
down
only
there
a
now.
problem for people
But everyone's always convinced the cave
That may
is
well be our
haunted.
only answer. I will empower my steward to seek out capable individuals.
Feel free to
support
return to me
Hafengar.
with questions.
Thank you, my
The
thanks.
Blue Palace is an open forum.
I can never quite picture myself living in a stuffy castle. Simple living is more appealing to me.
The Imperials are good for business, and business is good for Skyrim. I must return to the court. They simply
Thane
can't
Bryling,
do without
at your
me.
service. It's been an honor.
Bryling is a female character, so I'm going to go from that. Okay, so spell doesn't. Okay, I must have set it to the.
What brings you here?
Watch your feet.
I need
We
to get
just
into the
clean there.
Pelagius wing.
Not in your life. It's dangerous in there. And Falk doesn't even like me and Ernie going in every year to clean out the spiders.
Falk asked me to check it out.
If you really want to, just be careful of the ghost. He snuck up on me once and scared me sick. It took a week for me to feel better. If Ernie caught me chatting, I'd never hear the end of it.
It was a good try. I'll give you that.
Even opening the menu right. Jesus, okay. So. Of course. Okay. Well, at least we know we were able to get some stuff done for the crowd. Check to see if there's any other news that I need to react to. Probably the only chance I'm gonna get. There's more news in the ice incidents. Not. Which is terms of service. The Hassan's got a new later. Still.
Another Epstein survivor is speaking out in front of the United States Senate. It's not easy for survivors to do this, to put themselves on the line in front of questioning in front of United States senators, to speak out about what they believe in. In this case, to vote no against Attorney General Todd Blanche's confirmation. And based on what I'm hearing, his confirmation is no longer a foregone conclusion. You see, behind the scenes, there is a major battle going on between the White House and survivors. The battle is simple. Can John Cornyn and Tom Tillis be flipped to voting for or against Blanche? And right now, it's no certainty that either of them will vote to confirm Blanche because they are a package deal. It comes as the United States House of Representatives has passed by AA, the National
Stacks of deactivated sound. But yeah. They've got another survivor in testifying. It's not a guarantee that it's gonna sway them one. Let's hope. Until recently, they weren't letting any of the survivors testify in regards to Todd Blanche's involvement. Problem is, Todd Blanche was very much involved. He was the one who gave Mr. Island owner of Doom the sweetheart deal that allowed him to continue abusing kids for another decade. Ugh. Several news coverages on breaking down the cover-up of what happened with ICE today. There's something hold off on that. That topic is entirely off. Oh, this topic though. Perfect.
All right, folks, we're all still trying to figure out what the hell is going on with Mitch McConnell as they continue to lie to us about his health. But we do have some new information worth sharing, which is how the American people are reacting to the brazenness of this scandal from our friends at the Daily Beast. Bombshell poll rocks McConnell's health cover up. Thank you to Martha McCarty for putting this together. Let's dive in. A bombshell poll has blown the lid off the controversy surrounding Mitch McConnell's health, reigniting claims of a cover up. It has now been 38 days since the 84-year-old senator vanished from public view after he was loaded into the back of an ambulance. At the time, a 911 call revealed he had apparently had a heart attack, was unconscious, and had received CPR. Since then, McConnell's team has provided few details about the condition. His longtime aide, Terry Kamek, who earned $226,000 a year and has worked with McConnell since 2010, has declined to say whether he has even spoken to the senator with his staff in recent days. As a result, speculation has mounted over the state of McConnell's health and whether he is still alive, and new polling shows that voters are not certain that the senator will live to see the end of his term. A new Daily Mail JL Partners poll conducted between July 17th and July 20th among 1,021 registered voters found that only 9% are very confident McConnell will remain alive through the end of his term. Another 17% are somewhat confident, while nearly half of voters are doubtful, including 24% who are not very confident and 25% who are not confident at all. Folks, the American people are not buying this story or this cover-up at all. They have been lying to us for weeks and weeks and weeks now, implying, in some instances, outright saying that Mitch McConnell is going to return to work. He is not going to return to work. I would be shocked if we ever saw him again. They are dragging this out in a desperate attempt to prevent a special election to replace him in a year they expect to be very bad for the Republicans. And here's the thing. This scandal, and what irritates me the most about this story, is that we basically all know what's going on right now, and it is exposing the very worst of Washington right now. It is exposing the media. It is exposing the staffer class who continues to prop up their meal tickets so that they can get access to insider information and make money for themselves so that they can be paid high six-figure salaries. It's all disgusting, and I wanted you guys to see this clip because Rick Wilson went on my buddy Jack Cocarella's show this weekend and just blew the lid off, in my opinion, something that is really irking me.
A lot of these reporters know. Look, I guarantee you, there are 10 reporters in D.C. right now who know exactly what Mitch McConnell's medical status is. Maybe more. They're not reporting it.
And like,
that video from a few days ago of him getting carried out on the stretcher.
Yeah, it's
if
been
that's
around
from
for
the
a few days.
14th, then like if that's from the 14th, what were we doing with that? Why were we hiding this? Why did it?
Why
take
is
the,
why
the
is every
demanding of
reporter in
attention?
DC not asking the question over and over again to Mitch McConnell's office? What is his health status? When can we see him?
That's because, guys, it's all a game to so many of these people in Washington, D.C. It's a big part of the reason that I left. I spent 5 or 6 years in D.C. I did a lot of great work there that I was proud of, but I absolutely hated the game that was being played. Everybody wants to get invited to the cocktail party. Everybody wants to be each other's friend. They all want to circle jerk with one another. It's so ridiculous. So all the members of the media right now who are refusing to cover this the way that a lot of independent journalists and content creators are is because they want to maintain their relationships in DC right now. They are basically propagating a big lie to try to convince the American people that everything about this is normal when it is not. We should not accept a United States Congress where multiple Republican members can disappear for health reasons for long stretches of time and nobody notices. And I've covered it in multiple videos, but Tom Keene, Kay Granger, it's happened before. Depression, dementia, whatever it might be. I don't know if Mitch McConnell is alive or not, okay? I'm not going to pretend like I do. My guess is he's probably brain dead or he's not mentally capable of doing the job anymore and he should resign because of it. But all of these people are just pretending like this is fine. Here is Alabama's Senator Tommy Tuberville continuing to propagate the idea that Mitch McConnell is going to come back to work.
Now, you still need McConnell's vote. He's not here, and there are a lot of people saying he should have released like a video or more information. Do you think he's released enough about his health?
Somebody needs to do something. Somebody needs to come out and he put a little video out, and we didn't get any information today in our luncheon. I don't know what's going on, but that's not my business. That's the leadership business, and we wish him well. And hopefully he gets over whatever happened. He's had a tough couple of years, falling, hitting these hard floors and all that.
How long do you think it would have to go on? Like how many months before you guys, more senators might call for him to make a decision on his future?
He's going to need to come back probably before this 3-week session's over with, because then we're off for like 5 weeks.
Guys, he ain't coming back. Like, let's just be clear about that. And they're lying. And here's the other thing. These Republican senators, they're finally starting to get inundated with questions about this, which is after weeks of people like me and you asking tough questions on the internet. I'm so annoyed with this. He hides behind leadership. Well, that's leadership's problem. Leadership should be giving us the information that we need. No, it isn't leadership's responsibility. It's your responsibility too, pal. You are a United States Senator. There's only 100 of you. It is the most important legislative body in this country. You should be concerned when a member of your party, a colleague of yours, disappears for a long period of time, when they've been lying and acting sketchy about it, when they refuse to put out a video, when they refuse to put out a photo, when they refuse to do the right thing. You should be like, hey, what the hell's going on here? I'll tell you right now. If a coworker of mine disappeared, I'll be honest with you, my chief of staff had to go fly home to visit family, and we didn't hear from her for a few days. We thought she was going to be back on one day, then she wasn't able to come back. We hadn't heard from her. I was checking in.
How did they find us?
Because that's what normal human beings do. This is not the way that normal people act. It's just not. And Congress is so irrevocably broken. Just to highlight that. Damn you. This is Kentucky stuff in about how absurd the double standard is in Congress, the way they can just get away with it.
I have not heard one thing from Mitch McConnell.
And everyone deserves
Draw your last breath.
When you take on these jobs, when you represent the people of the Commonwealth of Kentucky, you give up some of that. That's just what it is.
You don't give up some of it, guys. You give up all of it. Like, I'm sorry. You do not have the right to privacy. You have the right to privacy. Not about your health, not about your finances. We have to have it. We have to have it.
That's what comes to your territory. When you've been in a hospital for a month, you just all the notes, which is your job. I mean, basically, you're not able to show up for work. You owe your boss, like anybody else out there who works, an explanation of what's going on. And that's all you ask. It's been recorded. We've had 17 and 20-minute conversations with different individuals. Just calling the news station for 5 minutes.
Or just call your governor. Mitch McConnell could just, if he could talk to Scott Jennings, he should be able to pick up the phone and call the governor of Kentucky and have a quick conversation with him, but he won't do that. And let's be clear about this. Like, Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear is right that if you missed multiple days of work, if you missed a month of work like this, you would have to call your boss. You would have to get a doctor's note. You would have to do that. The
We are at the point where we are doing the quest again. Need to get my audio back. Hear it. Subtitles and necessarily.
Besides, I have so many things to do. So many undesirables to contend with. Naysayers, buffoons, detractors. Why, my headsman hasn't slept in 3 days.
You are far too hard on yourself. My dear, sweet, homicidally insane Pelagius. What would the people do without you? Dance, sing, smile, grow old. You are the best septum that's ever ruled. Well, except for that Martin fellow. But he turned into a dragon god, and that's hardly sport. You know, I was there for that whole sordid affair. Marvelous time. Butterflies, blood, a fox, a severed head, and the cheese to die for.
Yes, yes, as you've said countless times before.
Harumph! Well, then, if you're going to be like that, perhaps it's best I take my leave. A good day to you, sir. I said good day!
Yes, yes, go. Leave me to my ceaseless responsibilities and burdens.
How rude! Can't be bothered to host an old friend for a decade or two.
Who are you talking to?
Pelagius the Third. Now, surely even you know about Pelagius's decree. On his deathbed, and this was inspired, he forbade death! That's right! Death! Outlawed!
Wait, where are we?
Inside the mind of Pelagius, silly. Oh, is it your first time?
I'm here to deliver a message.
Really? Oh, what kind of message? A song? A summons? Wait, I know! A death threat written on the back of an Argonian concubine. Those are my favorites. Well, spit it out, mortal. I haven't got an eternity. Actually, I do. Little joke. But seriously, what's the message?
I was asked to retrieve you from your vacation.
Were you now? By whom? Wait! Don't tell me. I want to guess. Was it Molag? No. Little Tim, the Toymaker's son, What? The ghost of King Lysandes? Or was it one? Yes! Stanley, the talking grapefruit from Passwall! Wrong on all accounts, aren't I? No matter. Honestly, I don't want to know. Why ruin the surprise? But more to the point, do you, tiny, puny, expendable little mortal, actually think you can convince me to leave?
No.
Because that's crazy! You do realize who you're dealing with here.
I'm afraid I don't know, sir.
Wrong! Actually, you do, sort of. I am a part of you, little mortal. I'm a shadow in your subconscious, a blemish on your fragile little psyche. You know me. You just don't know it. Sheogorath, Daedric Prince of Madness, at your service.
So does that mean you'll leave or not?
Now that's the real question, isn't it? Because honestly, how much time off could a demented Daedra really need? So, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to leave. That's right. I'm done. Holiday complete. Time to return to the humdrum day-to-day. On one condition. You have to find the way out first. Well, good luck with that.
Okay, what's the catch?
Ha! I do love it when the mortals know they're being manipulated. Makes things infinitely more interesting. Care to take a look around? This is not, I dare say, the Solitude Botanical Gardens. Have any idea where you are? Where you truly are? Welcome to the deceptively verdant mind of the Emperor Pelagius III. That's right! You're in the head of a dead, homicidally insane monarch! Now, I know what you're thinking. Can I still rely on my swords and spells and sneaking and all that nonsense? Sure. Or you could use the Wabachak! Huh? Didn't see that coming, did you? Do you mind? I'm busy doing the fish stick. It's a very delicate state of mind. Oh, good choice! Well, good for me. I find everyone being out to get you so terribly entertaining. You might find it less so. You see, Pelagius's mother was, well, let us say, unique. Although I suppose, in the grand scheme of things, she was fairly average for a septim. That woman wielded fear like a cleaver. Or did she wield a cleaver and make people afraid? Oh, I never get that part right. Oh, but she taught her son well. Pelagius learned at a very early age that danger could come from anywhere, at any time, delivered by anyone. The objective here is simple, you simpleton. Use your Wabachak to defeat the enemy, while they do the same.
If I remember correctly, Wabachak needs to be aimed at one of the guards. Yes?
Oh, I thought you'd never figure it out. With the threat gone, Pelagius is under the delusion that he's safe, which means you've helped him out, sir. And we're that much closer to home. I see you've been minding your own business. So, how's the mind business?
His paranoia is gone.
Oh, lovely. Now, all my dear Pelagius has to worry about are the several hundred legitimate threats. But you're not out of the woods yet. Get it? Ha! Out of the woods! Ha! Now this is a sad path. Pelagius hated and feared many things. Assassins, wild dogs, the undead, pumpernickel. But the deepest, keenest hatred was for himself. The attacks he makes on himself can be seen here fully. They're always carried out on the weakest part of his fragile self. The self-loathing enhances Pelagius's anger. But his confidence will shrink with every hit. You must bring the two into balance. How's that? Wonderfully done! Pelagius is finally ready to love himself and continue hating everyone else.
Two easy ones are out of the way. Now for the one that I kept getting game overs during.
Is it just me? Or is it getting saner and saner these days?
Self-loathing, conquered, paranoia,
Mortal?
abolished.
Insufferable. Yes, you're entirely brilliant. Conquering madness and all that. Blah, 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 blah. But you're not done yet! And you can still die. You've headed down the path of dreams. Unfortunately for you, Pelagius suffered night terrors from a young age. All you need to do is find something to wake our poor Pelagius up. You'll find his terrors easy to repel, but persistent.
I'm staying as far away from him as I can while he's still breathing. Certainly did my own. There we go. Target. Okay. Bandit Chief spawns second. And crash. Good to know. So it was on the auto load this time. And, of course, the president is terrifying Canada again. He does realize that he's only going to make the rest of us suffer. Oh, right, he doesn't care. Moving on. Alright. That's as much as I'm going to be able to cover. I would also recommend, in addition to subscribing to the Philip DeFranco Show, subscribe to the Midas Touch Network. It is operated by a series of 3 law firms working together to keep track of things. Basically, every story they report on has some amount of legal consequence, not under the current administration, but if, say hypothetically, we don't get JD Vance or someone else for president next when something happens, yeah. Basically everything they cover is something that can and probably will be brought before a court of law. They don't necessarily go into what it could potentially be because of the potential for case law to be prepared to against. Because that's something Legal Eagle does that unfortunately has gotten them a bit of Mini-Me is down to 40% battery because also my phone. So, I will warn you, there will be a point where I will have to stop because Mini-Me is going dead as a door now. Could just not react to the news and extend the battery life. Boredom is boredom. Boredom is boredom. Sorts. Definitely. That's interesting. I'm gonna that. That one's gonna be interesting. We'll go ahead and we'll bookmark. That will be interesting.
You've headed down the path of dreams. Unfortunately for you, Pelagius suffered night terrors from a young age. All you need to do is find something to wake our poor Pelagius up. You'll find his terrors easy to repel, but persistent.
Of course, him clipping into the bed because he's jacking off is making things difficult. What's that? Under the bed is. Let's see if I can fix this. Okay. Not on the wrong device with my keyboard. Screen pulled back up. And right back to it. Okay. Usual spells to unclip. Check to see if I can. This is a code I have not. Oh, good. Briefest of seconds. Ah, crap. It's my opportunity. Hate doing this to you, Pelagius. You leave me no choice. From a standpoint. It's not. Okay, so it won't even let me do. Got like a brief window before the.
What a coward.
Don't be afraid.
Now for the one that always kills me. What side it spawns from?
What was that? I knew I heard something.
And, okay, so if it kills Pelagius, resets the whole thing. Gotta try to reduce his damage. Hag Raven. Renature arc. Dragon Priest.
Well, now that's something to crow about. With Pelagius up and about, you're moving right along. We'll both be home in no time.
Fantastic. Oh.
I have a saying. I'm not going to feel what you have to like. Or something like that.
I've done it. I've fixed Pelagius' mind.
Fixed is such a subjective term. I think treated is far more appropriate, don't you? Like one does to a rash or an arrow in the face. Ah, but no matter. Heartless mortal that you are, you've actually succeeded and survived. I am first to honor my end of the bargain. So, congratulations. You're free to go. I have been known to change my mind. So, go. Really. Pelagius Septim III, once the mad emperor of Tamriel, now so boringly sane. I always knew he had it in him. Well, I suppose it's back to the Shivering Isles. The trouble Haskell can get into while I'm gone simply boggles the mind. Let's make sure I'm not forgetting anything. Clothes, check. Beard, check. Luggage. Luggage. Now, where did I leave my luggage?
Master, you've taken me back. Does this mean we're going home? Oh, happy times. I can't wait to...
Yes, that's quite enough celebration. Let's send you ahead, shall we? As for you, a little mortal minion, feel free to keep the Wabbajack as a symbol of my... I'll just take the damn thing. You take care of yourself now. And if you ever find yourself up in New Sheo, do look me up. We can share a strawberry tart. Ah, ta-ta!
Hmm?
Any thoughts?
Hey? Nothing really. Great. Another job for us to do while the nobles sit on their privileged arses doing fuck all. To Wolfskull Cave it is then. Away, let's go.
Fine, I'll click the goddamn button. Why the fuck not? Drop some stuff. I'm also gonna try something a little bit sneaky. Once it's somewhere hopefully safe and hopefully don't crash.
That woman scares me, blood. The concept of a cave full of vampires.
I do not know what mind-boggled fuckery went into this,
Nothing
but I am
scares
very
me
happy
quite
it's
like a
over.
cave full of vampires.
Now that we're outside the Blue Palace, I'm gonna try something.
Never cared for this place. Bunch of stuff for politicians and movies.
It's saved. What I thought it would. the way I want it. Completely immune. Oh. The way, isn't he? Literally just. Base of the Solitude Arch. Here?
You know you can afford a second or two.
Where I exit. Now we have every single quest we had done before I started working on this mod. Done.
Can't hear predators stalking you with all this racket. It's fun.
What do you want? No. There had to be one of us.
Brothers, you look like shit.
You should see the other guy.
I'm looking for Saran.
Which one?
What?
Doesn't matter. Left him at sea. I'll see him in oblivion.
Find a roof for him.
What a view.
Aye.
Let's rest here.
Aye.
Yes?
Were you going to ask something?
You know, I'm curious about you. Well, where are you from?
Skyrim is my homeland.
Aye. You've got it to look about you. You must have a great love for this kingdom.
Tell me about yourself.
I'm not sure what you want to hear.
Do people ever wonder why you have red eyes?
When you're as big as I am, people don't ask a lot of questions. And what they think to themselves is none of my business.
Tell me about yourself.
As you wish.
What are your best skills?
I know how to move in heavy armour, and I can take a beating. Light armour, not so much. I'll always prefer skin of steel, not leather.
Kaiden, can I ask you something?
Yep.
I was wondering if now would be a good time for some training.
Right here. Okay then, what did you want to know?
I don't understand how you move so well in that heavy armor. Show me again.
Alright. Come on, let's go. No words. How can I be of service?
Kaiden, can I ask you something?
You're good, nothing's bothering you.
Come on, let's get going.
Let's go.
I think Bjorn and Val just decided to... Yep, I'm gonna let the tree obscure that while I grab the book.
How are you doing?
This book feels like more than a story.
Aye, there's truth in it. And trouble.
Great. Murder, betrayal, royal cover-ups. Just another day for us.
Aye. Only thing missing is someone trying to kill us. Give it a minute.
What do you think of the story?
Golder was powerful, respectful, and then wiped from every record. His sons fled across Skyrim, hunted down one by one. Harold ordered the truth destroyed. That's a cover-up. And whatever they sealed away, I don't think it was meant to be found.
I have a book you might like.
I've been meaning to read this. Thank you. Here, I've got something for you too.
Kaiden, can I ask you something?
Of course. I'm here if you need me.
Oh, am I glad to see you. Glad to see anyone, actually.
You must be Serrano.
Yeah, who was asking? And, who sent you?
Skyrim, no one sent me.
So you just wandered out here on your own, huh?
I heard something about a mutant ship.
I heard something about a mutiny on your ship.
Well, that's a matter of perspective. You know what? It's not important right now. I just want to get off this rock. Once we get to the mainland, I'll tell you anything you want to know. Wherever you're going is fine with me. Yeah? You got something with a sharp edge I could borrow? I'd like to clean up on the way back to civilization.
See what he actually has his own custom. Let me see what. Find it. I like it.
Yeah?
How are you doing?
I'd like to train you some more.
Excellent. I've been looking forward to this. What shall we work on this time?
Let me show you how to focus your magicka.
Now that would be fascinating.
Shall we continue your training?
Already? I still haven't finished digesting our last lesson. Perhaps another time.
I'd like to ask,
What would you like to know?
can you ride?
Absolutely not. I've tried. Divines know I've tried. But I just can't get the knack. Every single horse I've ever tried to ride just throws me off. Or maybe I just fall off. The point is, I can't ride. Maybe one day I'll learn, but today is sadly not that day.
That's all I want to know.
Alright then.
I
Any chance of a helmet? Could really use one the next time a bandit takes a swing at my skull. Let's get going before we freeze to death.
Oh, sorry.
Everything all right?
Oops, sorry.
Kaiden,
That's all right.
should we make camp here?
Aye, we ought to make camp.
Can you set up your large tent?
All right.
Can we do something about the beacon? I could still hear it from inside your backpack and it's getting annoying. Thank you, friend. I owe you one. One meaning my life. You can
I
call me
always
that.
wanted to see this place.
We'll talk later.
They say it's hard to get to and the Greybeards don't talk
Thank
to
you,
anyone.
friend. I owe
It'd be
you
an
one.
honor to go with
One meaning my life. You could call me Val. Now, as promised, what do you want to know?
Fathis is dead.
Good.
Did you kill him?
He was alive the last time I saw him, but I hope he rots in oblivion. He framed me for theft and turned my crew against me. I spent over a month in Solitude's jail before I escaped. And then, the ungrateful bastards left me on that island.
You were in prison?
Yeah, that's why I looked so rough when you found me. I wasn't stuck on that island for very long, unfortunately.
You were the captain of a ship, the Dark Rose?
Yeah, she's been mine since I was about 20, give or take. Not anymore, I guess. I'm still getting used to that.
Have you always been a sailor?
I was born at sea, not quite sure where. My mother always said that must be why I couldn't wait to get back. I grew up on land in Cyrodiil, though, Imperial City. It was just me and my mother back then when my father was away. I left home as soon as I was old enough, joined the crew of my father's ship, and eventually I got my own ship. I've sailed from Manville to Blacklight and seen everywhere the waters touch in between. It feels a bit strange being back on dry land for so long.
Do you miss the sea?
Not as much as I thought I would. A ship represented freedom to me when I was a boy. As I've gotten older, well, illusions shatter.
People say you're a pirate.
People say a lot of things, most of them wrong. I'm a relic hunter. Certain items are very profitable with the right buyer.
Are those items legal?
My buyers don't ask a lot of questions as long as I can deliver.
So you steal things and smuggle them?
Well, it's not stealing if the things don't have an owner. And I couldn't care less about protecting the East Empire Company's profit margins and shipping the exact same things.
Why did your crew mutiny?
Why does anyone betray anyone? Gold. They thought they could get more than I was giving them.
But hadn't you sailed together for a long time?
Yeah. Fathis and I had been shipmates since we were boys. I thought we were friends.
I'm sorry. That must be difficult for you.
I knew better. I just hoped differently.
That's all for now.
Sure thing. Let me know if you want to talk later. I've got nothing to hide. Careful you don't get any marriage proposals while wearing that thing.
Guessing he...
How can I find you if we get separated?
Just whistle like I taught you earlier, remember? I'll find you.
Can I ask you something?
I'd rather ask you something this time.
Go ahead.
Where are you from?
I grew up in Skyrim.
This province suits you. How'd you end up back in Skyrim?
I was at Helgen when it was destroyed by a dragon.
That must have been a sight. What was it like?
It was like nothing I've ever seen. The dragon was enormous and could cast spells.
I almost wish I'd seen it. Ah, curiosity's gonna be the death of me. In any case, I'm glad you made it out. Thanks for telling me.
Hey, Val. Let me see your things.
As you wish.
Up. In. Two.
Let's talk about relaxing. That'll do.
Sure.
Let's talk strategy. About your fighting style. I'd like you to fight as a mage.
Look, I could get by with a few things. I'm no proper mage.
About your fighting style.
Hey.
Hey, Val. It's time to sleep.
Sweet dreams.
All the
Hey.
comforts of home in an itty-bitty living space.
It's time to wake up.
I'm up. Kind of.
Okay.
There's no place like home.
Rest. And probably trigger a blackout.
Is this a paying job, or are we just killing the undead for fun and relaxation?
Trigger the tracing scene. Or out the radius triggers. I was able to. So it was.
Oh, sorry about that.
Sorry.
Whatever you do, don't use the newly departed ocean by accident, people will not be happy. I'm speaking from experience here.
There's no glory in war, especially not in a war between brothers. It changes even the best of people, and exemplifies the worst in them.
Literally warp to any city from this town. However,
Dragonborn.
Any thoughts?
Ah, it's nothing. Don't you ever mind that. Need something?
Let's rest here.
Aye. I think we've earned it. Tell me what you need.
Can you pack up the campsite?
Aye, all right.
Dragonborn.
Kaiden, can I ask you something?
Sure, why not?
Please, can you do me a favor?
Sure, why not? That's all right.
Hey. We'll talk later.
What in oblivion is that staff? Looks Daedric.
It's called the Wabbajack, a gift from Sheogorath.
Sheogorath, the Daedric Prince of Madness. Huh, it certainly looks the part. What's it do? Turn enemies into sweet rolls or something?
It can do that, or turn them into a chicken, or a troll.
Haha, of course it can. Let's just hope you don't hit me by accident and I end up clucking at bandits or grazing in a field somewhere.
What's on your mind?
You ever wonder what's at the edge of the world? I mean, what if you just kept walking? Would you fall off?
How about taking a little break?
Yeah, I could use a break. Good to see you. Ready to get moving?
Bjorn, this is Lucian.
Hello there, Bjorn. How are you doing?
Well now, you must be Lucian, right? Ha, didn't think a man with ink-stained fingers would find wonder in snow and hungry wolves. It's nice, really. I'm glad you're here, friend. I'll protect you if needed, huh? No charge.
Fair enough.
You know, I've gathered quite a few tales over the years. They might make the road seem shorter. Just come up to me and let me know if you're in the mood to hear some, alright? Alright then.
Why are you wearing that thing? Meridius Bacon. No, put it back. Never seen someone imbue Aetherius into moral creation so precisely. Meridius Bacon. No, put it back.
Gore, do you have a second?
Always. It's on your mind, brother.
Why do you call me that?
Oh, brother? Well, I guess I picked that up with the Ravens. Never really acted the part, though. You're far more deserving of the title.
I'm honored.
You should be.
Gore, do you have a second?
Always. It's on your mind, brother.
You're really bad at putting your hair up, you know. Let me do it.
I know. All right, have at it. Thanks, Blood.
Are you going to apply to the college?
No. I'm here to stand behind you. Be gorgeous, look tough. Put your school bullies in headlocks. Do introduce me to Mirabelle, though.
Gore, do you have a second?
Always. It's on your mind, brother.
Want me to braid your hair for you, Gore?
Absolutely. Thank you for offering. I'm not very good at keeping it out of my face, am I? Takes two, you know.
Face.
Let's take a break. We earned it.
Gods, yeah, we did. Where's meat?
What was it like with the Ravens?
What was what like with the Ravens?
Did you ever learn to ride a horse?
I did. But I hated it. If you want the truth, I hate the feeling of having my manhood slammed into a hard leather saddle. It helps if you ride in a formal saddle, but if it has a horn, God's help. Now, if you're asking if I own a horse, no. No, I do not. But you knew that.
Perhaps I can get you one.
I'd rather just continue carrying all of your heaviest gear and running behind you like an idiot every time you mount out. Kid. No, sure, if you want to spend your money getting me a horse, go right ahead. Be smitten if you did. What else did you want to know?
I think that's all for now.
All right, then.
So, about the name.
Not now. And we need to put some distance between us and where you found me. Let's stop for a drink in the next town. A day or two should do.
Let's talk about planning.
Sure. What do you think would be the most efficient?
If you want, I can upgrade your sword.
This old piece of junk. I mean, sure, go for it. I'd really care less about it, but if it's sentimental to you, have at it. I'm not gonna say no to a bit of sharp steel at my back. Thank you, by the way.
All right, enough mead. Let's get going.
Fine.
Hey.
Hey, Val. That's all.
No worries. We'll talk
Okay,
later.
so Val and Lucian both have the same issue. Couldn't assign that. I want to take that war, but okay. Good.
Hey there.
nothing compares to the wilds of Skyrim.
We should stop for a bit and take in the view.
Skyrim's glories are something to behold at times like this. When she decides to show.
Should try catching some fish. What a view.
Hold on, I need to talk to you before we go any further. Need something?
What did you need to tell me?
I, haven't been entirely forthcoming with you.
Val, you promised to tell me everything.
I know, and I'm telling you now. I'm still a wanted man in solitude. We better talk to Captain Aldous first thing before I get arrested again.
They still think you stole something.
Well, technically, I did steal it.
And you got caught.
It was in a tomb filled with Draugr, and I didn't think they'd miss it. Turns out I was wrong. To be fair, the Blue Palace would have never noticed if Fathus hadn't turned me in.
Fine. Let's go see Captain Aldous and straighten out this mess.
Thank you. I'll owe you another one.
And as usual. You have been upgraded. Where is Buell?
Women here act like they have a sword shoved up their rear end.
I wonder what other secrets and powers you'll uncover as you continue on this journey. I can't wait to see what you're capable of. All right then.
Catch up, step back, make up your mind.
Are you holding up all right?
What do you think of the Civil War?
I think it's bloody idiocy.
That's concise.
Well, what do you need me to point out? How brainless this rebellion is, or how useless the Empire became at looking after its own?
What's your issue with the Empire?
You mean aside from the time they rolled over and started taking up the arse from the Thalmor? The Empire died 200 years ago with Martin's Sect. The Elder Council forgot the people they actually rule over. The ones who built their palaces and farmed the food they eat. It's no wonder Hammerfell broke away when it could. I just don't see the Empire surviving for much longer. If Skyrim becomes independent, High Rock will be sure to follow. Seems to me Tamriel needs something new to unify it.
Glad I'm not the only one who thinks that way.
Believe it or not, you're not the only one in Skyrim with sense.
Any thoughts?
Have you noticed the windmill doesn't actually mill anything?
Any thoughts?
Have you ever thought about taking to the sea? Just leaving the world behind?
Is this where you admit that as a child you wanted to grow up to be a pirate?
Me? I'm behind you.
A golden claw. Looks expensive. Definitely cursed.
What's on your mind?
You know, I could write a book about all the places I've been. Maybe one day I will. All right then.
I've only been a part of the Red Wave's crew for a few weeks, but I've already learned to stay out of Captain Safia's way. Farewell.
The winking scaver? Alright, that's pretty good. Why?
Have you noticed the windmill doesn't actually mill anything?
Get your fresh fruit and produce here.
Fresh fish.
Weapons for
Fresh
Kevin.
fish. Armor for Captain.
Tag, you're it.
Oh, I'm hungry. Can we get some food instead? Father says that he can play with you anymore.
Oops, excuse me.
You should see me when you get bored, stranger.
Arms and armor, forged by a master craftsman.
Sorry, but the thought of a guy getting shouted apart, I'd like to see that.
I'm waiting.
Sir, my companion would like to speak with you.
Greetings, Captain.
You have a lot of nerve showing your face here again, Serrano.
I thought you'd be happy to see me, as I was on my way to return the star.
Hand it over, and you might keep your head.
Well, I don't have it with me. It's in a secure location. I'm going to return it to your hands. You have my word.
Ha! Pull the other one. Just tell me where it is, and I'll send a detachment of guards to retrieve
Dragons and the storm.
you and your
These
friends.
are troubling times
here.
indeed.
Ah, now, it wouldn't be very secure if I could just describe where it was. If I hadn't hidden it well, those pirates would be leagues away with your priceless relic by now.
Your pirates, you mean?
I'd hardly call them mine, like I told you before. I thought they were ordinary sailors. They decided I didn't have enough coin for my expedition, so the bastards framed me for tomb robbing.
You were tomb robbing.
A misunderstanding, which I'm working to remedy, which I cannot do from a prison cell.
What do you want to do?
Give me a few days to have a research colleague of mine look at the relic. The Star of Solitude hasn't been seen in generations, and her observations would be a tremendous benefit to historians. Oh, and don't worry. I'll make sure you have a footnote in the publication. When I'm back, you'll have the star for display in the Jarl's treasury where it belongs.
Fine. Get your gear and get out of here before I change my mind.
So much beauty.
Already
and so
got,
much
Captain.
culture.
Just a minute while I get my gear. Well, it's good to have some proper clothes on again. Come on, let's talk somewhere else.
Concentrate.
What's on your mind?
The battlefield is full of distractions. Ignore them.
Hey, Val.
Focus on your targets.
So,
Let me see your things.
Time to throw something overboard or pass it to me, huh?
What's next?
Not here. Somewhere we can talk.
Someday soon we will all see battle. And what you do here today may well
Trust
save
me.
your lives. Damn stormcloaks. Oblivion take them. Every miserable last one of them.
Have you ever had the Morag tongue sent after you? It's not fun. Hello.
That was quite a performance for Captain Aldis.
I thought so too. We can't dazzle them with brilliance, confound them with bullshit.
So what's the plan?
One step at a time. First, we need to retrieve the Star of Solitude. I really do have it hidden nearby. Then, we need to see a contact of mine about making a copy. Here's the key to the chest. Don't lose it.
We can clear your name and still get paid by your buyer. Brilliant.
Sometimes I amaze even myself. Watch and learn from the master, my friend.
A warm fire and a cold...
All right, let's show these milk drinkers what's good in life. Mead.
How are you doing, my friend? Let's get moving.
I just realized I've been wearing that silly hat this entire time. And... let's get to somewhere.
May the gods watch over your battle, friend.
I have need of the sweet's profits.
I understand.
All right.
Ah,
Let's rest here.
time for some serious drinking.
Oh, sorry.
Need something?
Ready to go?
Always.
Finally. Comfort and warmth of an inn. We made it.
I think we've lost any pursuers.
So it seems. Thank you for helping me outrun those bastards. Can't help but feel like I just left behind the best chance I have of tracking down other survivors, though. Oh well. Perhaps some meat will enlighten me what to do next. Come on. Get around for us.
So, about the name.
You just can't let that go, huh? Don't you have bigger things to worry about than my stupid name? Come on. If you insist, I'll oblige, but I should warn you. Getting into that requires getting into everything. It will take a while to get through everything.
Haven't forgotten, and I'm sure. Let's hear it.
Fine then. So, from a young age, probably a bit too young by any sane person's standards, I was part of a traveling mercenary group known as the Band of the Raven. Don't laugh. Adopted by them, sort of. A lot of surrogate fathers. And I guess you could say I was raised by the proverbial wolf pack. They were stand-ins for the mother I lost when I was still too young to remember her. Belmore apparently saw fit to raise a small farm village just outside of Bruma, suspected of partaking in the worship of a certain outlawed god. Spare me any religious interjection. I couldn't care less.
So your mother worshipped toads?
I don't know. I do know that she worshipped Kine, however. It's just one of a couple of things I know about her. Being that she died. This amulet I wear was taken from the body and given to me. Stick. Drew on the leather when I was a kid. Obviously, I had to replace them. But the rest is authentic. Found me stunned by million corpses.
And they took you with them?
Yes, believe it or not. I think our leader, Joe Lee, had a soft spot for me, honestly.
And the name?
Well, I guess it was an ill-advised joke at my expense. They had to toss me in a river to even determine what color I was, apparently. Gore or red. Stupid. Trust me. There were worse monikers in our ranks. Mostly orcs, truth be told.
Is your entire band wiped out?
I assume so. Saw most of myself and it was ugly, to say the least. Our leader, Joe Lee, left camp in the middle of the night. Next thing we know, we're woken up by justiciars loudly decrying our crimes of worshipping the false god. I managed to slip away with a few others to shame. Hate led us across the border and tried to ditch me with the rest. For him, I'm a rather silent sleeper, and our resting place was well hidden. Hate is anything but quiet. Drew the patrols right to them. Motion woke. The rest is a blur, up until I felt that trap biting into my shin. And then I met you.
Aren't you sad about them?
Yes. Cruel. They were my family. Life was no kinder to me than it was to them in the end. I want answers. Joey sold us out like it was nothing when he was here in Skyrim. I'm sure. If we come across any trace of him, I can't. I won't ask you to accompany me. I will get those answers now. Till then, I'm yours.
Glad to have you. We will figure this out.
I will. It's not your problem, nor is it your responsibility. I'm not deluded enough to believe either. You're a ragtag band of borderline bandits. Think of the scraps of glory left from the war I wasn't even alive to see. Those elites hire them, tuck tail and run. First sign of defeat. I'm not proud of them. They will avenge their deaths. Not sure what else I could even do with this. I'm not sure how I survived this. Mood though. Use some meat and some warmth in my belly. That's what we're here for. And for the record, blood, thank you. I'm in. I'm here, brother.
Gore, can I hug you?
All right, sure.
Divine smile on you, friend.
Can you train me to be better at archery?
I'll show you what I know.
Fair.
Riverwood's agreeable enough, I suppose, for a North village.
Are you still brooding over Camilla?
Of course. If only Camilla shared my affections, or even knew about them.
Why not write to her to tell her how you feel? Why not right now?
What? Oh, you're right. Let's do that. Mm-hmm. Damn it. Sorry. I'm not very good at this.
You can do this.
Well, if you say so. Ah, wonderful. Okay, got it. It's all in this note.
Do you want me to deliver the letter to Camilla for you?
Thank you. I appreciate your assistance. Tell me as soon as you've given Camilla the letter. Good luck. Mara bless you.
Azura's wisdom to you, friend. Save it a month.
We'll talk later.
Meg, no reason for this?
I'm at your service. All right.
Let's see, that broken sex scene. Oh, Val's able to enter on his own accord. Very long. fairly certain. Was. Ugh.
I don't care much for the area. Always tastes a bit like burnt hair smells. I'll still... You good? Nothing's bothering you?
Kaiden, can I ask you something?
Tell me more.
Actually, I'd like to ask you something.
Aye, all right.
Any thoughts about Bjorn?
He seems strong and reliable enough. I guess time will show what he's made of.
Any thoughts?
Nothing important. What do you need?
Kaiden, can I ask you something?
That's all right.
Actually, I'd like to ask you something else.
All right. Until next time.
Huh, let's drink till our arms forget how to swing, huh?
Do you feel like talking?
You've heard of the legend of Galder, right? That old tale about the mage with the powerful amulet? It's in that book, Lost Legends. Now that's one story I actually know quite well.
Yeah, I've read the book.
Good. Then I don't have to bore you with the details. Let's just hope the reality isn't worse than the legend, eh? Sounds good.
How are you doing?
Any thoughts?
It's been kind of nice traveling with someone. Thought I'd be bored when we first started. Sorry. Sorry, that came out wrong.
Kaiden, can I ask you something?
Of course.
Actually, I'd like to ask you something else.
No worries. All right, here you go.
Let's rest here.
I'll get myself comfortable then.
What do you need?
Let's talk.
All right, mate.
Is there anything you would like to ask me?
What's your weapon of choice?
Staff.
I think you should be careful with that. It's pretty dangerous stuff.
Let's talk.
All right, mate.
How are you doing, Kai?
I'm doing good. How are you feeling?
I want to hear more about your experience with the Thalmor if you're ready.
Aye. Guess I owe you that.
It's best to talk about things and get them off your chest.
Right, here it goes. Those sons of bitches shackled me to a wall. They left me there for I don't know how long. They would only release me to ask me about my sword, and every time I told them I didn't know, they would whip me until I almost lost consciousness. Or they would cut me so deep into my skin, punch me on my sides, and shackle me back up. There were many times that I thought that would be the end of me, that I would never find out the truth about my family and my sword. And then you came along. And the first time I saw you, I thought you were one of them arseholes. Another Thalma. Thank the gods you weren't. You gave me my life back.
I'm glad that I found you, Caden.
Thank you. Thank you for saving me.
Let's talk.
Aye.
How are you doing, Kai?
Enjoying a warm tavern and a good ale. You'll get no complaints from me. How are you holding up?
I'm doing well.
Good. I'm glad.
Let's talk.
Aye.
Do you have anything on your mind?
Nothing important.
Let's talk.
Aye.
How are you doing?
Aye. Not too bad. How are you
doing?
I'm glad to hear it.
Everything okay?
Good, do you have...
Always. What's on your mind, brother? Nice front.
Now that's more like it.
Yeah. We'll talk later.
Need something?
A bath would do you some good.
How can I argue with that?
Need something?
A bath would do you some...
How can I argue with that?
What can I do for you?
Good day, friend. Keeping well?
Pardon. Let him loose, and now he's sandboxing everywhere.
Come on in. Let me know if you need anything. Or take a seat by the fire and I'll send someone over.
Aye?
Tell me about yourself.
I'm not sure what you want to hear.
Will you tell me more of your story?
I was raised by a Nord, Brynjar. He was a bounty hunter, so I spent most of my childhood travelling Tamriel and crisscrossing Skyrim. Of course, as I go on, I'm finding there was more to it than that. The constant moving, teaching me how to live in the wilderness, training me every day to fight. I learned how to use a sword before I'd even learned how to read.
Sounds like you had an odd childhood.
For my 13th birthday, he took me on a hunting trip in the wilderness. And when I woke, the next morning he was nowhere to be found. All what he'd left me with was some flint, a knife, and an empty water skin. It took me 2 days to get back to civilization. But I'd learned the importance of self-sufficiency by then.
What? Why would he do that?
I think Brynjar was running from something. He had spent my whole life teaching me how to defend myself from whatever it was. Not that he ever told me. He was always so vague about his past and even more about mine. Always promising to tell me one day. Then dying before he ever got around to it. That run-in with the Thalmor seems to have shed some light on it, though.
And your mother?
No. I don't know much about my mother. Only that the sword I have once belonged to her. Or so Brynjar told me. He also said she was brave, and beautiful, and clever, but never actually anything useful. After his death, I took up the job of bounty hunting. It was all I knew, really. It led me to some interesting places. And some other years are, well, perhaps the less said about parts of my past, the better.
You don't want to tell me?
It's not really something worth retelling.
I always wanted to see this place. They say it's hard to get to and the Greybeards don't talk to anyone. It would be an honor to go with you.
Dragonborn. Kaiden, can I ask about your tattoo?
Not right now.
Mm-hmm. Until next time.
Of course, they both approach him. She... One... Two.
Anything else you wanted to know?
You know what? Tell me something about you. Do you have any family out there?
No, I'm alone in this world.
I know the feeling. Blood alone doesn't make a family. There are many who care for you. Myself among them.
I think I might have accidentally tricked it. See how many of these horny bastards it triggers. It's 1, 2, 3, 4. It triggered anybody outside the... Yep. Triggered all of them.
There's something I never thought I'd see.
So that's OSTEM stuff. Good to know. I'll get back to trigger it again. Won't act over his quest. And he just damped.
Dragonborn.
Let's talk.
All right.
You've been quiet. Are you all right?
Aye. And sorry I have been. I'm doing all right, I promise you.
I'm not doing so well.
How are you? Are you feeling okay?
I'm just thinking over some past regrets.
Either you or I can just forget who we are. We can't kill our feelings. Nor can we kill our past.
I just wish that some things I'd done had never happened.
Our best chance is to kill the hatred that we may hold on to. For it to move on, and for us to stay strong.
Come on, let's get going.
I am your sword and shield.
Can't wait to kill another of Ulfric's boys.
A bath would do you some good.
Yes, I have. Effectively great. Will I start the Civil War quest line?
It'll be good to warm up. I could barely feel my fingers.
Sure. But I've got Val. Let's bring the boys back. Probably should stop.
We'll show those faithless dogs who this land belongs to.
Follow me. I need your help.
Let's not waste any time.
You're back! Great! Are we going on another adventure?
Consider yourself hired.
Lead the way. Let's get going then.
Full gang of custom voiced followers present and accounted for.
Come on in. We got warm food, warm drinks, warm beds.
Let's get a permanent spot up for Kaiden's tent. Because permanent spot means we have a warp point really close to our primary units. Both right here. Then
I've been looking. That's something I'm supposed to deliver. Your hands on me. Let's see. It's a new museum opening from Dawnstone. Owner is asking me to give an invitation to travelers. Looks like that's it. Time to go.
Which steel? It's special. Okay. Till next time, brother.
What do you need?
Kaiden, can I ask you something?
Yeah. We ought to be.
Can you set up your large tent?
Alright. I were to place to settle down home. The last on my list. It's buried.
Some kind of sunrise in Skyrim. Each
Good
one
morning.
feels like a pack up the campsite.
Yeah. Some of that too.
Close to.
Also, easier to respond to it. I need to be able to put my hands on your knees and see things.
Kaiden, can I ask you something?
Yep.
Perfect.
What do you need?
Kaiden, where did this enchanting table come from?
Oh, that. Helps you work on your skills when you come across one. Thought it would be useful to have your own here.
That is really going to be helpful. Thank you, Kaiden.
It wasn't any trouble. I'm glad you like it.
Where did that bookshelf come from?
I noticed you've been reading. So I put you a place to keep some of your books.
Wait, are you saying you made this shelf for me?
Well, nothing fancy, but I made sure it's sturdy, so it pulled a fair amount of it.
This was very thoughtful of you, Kai. I love it. Thank you so much.
Good. I'm glad you like it. How can I be of service?
I slept so well last night. I think that's your fault.
Me? Not sure what you mean by that. It's not the first time I've heard that, but definitely the first time I didn't do anything deserved. You were explaining how I helped you sleep well.
Just wanted you to know I feel a lot safer with you here.
Right, I'm glad to hear it. Definitely wouldn't mind earning it the other way either. Fuck, it's been a shield protector. Dragonborn.
Was there something you wanted to know?
I want to hear about something you've done.
I reached an interesting point in my magic studies.
What?
A binding technique that could amplify the energy output from soul gems.
I can't imagine how you worked that out. Good bloody job.
I'm considering making it my major thesis at the college.
I hope all your hard work is rewarded.
Thanks for hearing me out.
I'm no fan of magic, but you make it sound like the finest thing on earth.
Tell me about yourself.
You know, I'm curious about you.
What would you like to know about me?
Do you have a patron god?
I don't worship the Aedra.
So, you found something else then? A Daedric prince, perhaps?
Who do you worship?
I can't say I'm devout. I've decided my world is in the here and now, so Ethereum can meet. But I will say this much. I will always honour the 9 divines, not the 8.
I think it's going to be pretty cold tonight. I'm not looking forward to that.
Don't worry, I know more than a few tricks to keep us warm all night, no matter how cold it gets.
I beg your pardon.
Old hunter tricks like cutting down pine boughs to go under the firs to insulate us from the ground, that sort of thing. Wait, why are you looking at me like that?
No reason.
Alright then. Yeah, so, don't worry about staying warm tonight. That's what you have me for, I mean, right. I'm here if you need me. Always surprises me how much bigger it is on the inside than the out. Nice little temple.
God damn it. Werewolf. Okay. Soon to be everyone else. About it. Good stuff. Around here. Breathe. Heal. second map. Side. No. Actively keeping track of all of his interactions.
What's on your mind?
I have a book you might like.
It's a bit sexy, that, isn't it?
I have a book you might like.
You should leave those bloody books alone.
Would you read?
Can I ask you something? At what point in our travels have you seen me wandering about with a leash? Would it really make you happy? All right. I'll give it a try. Right, here it goes. In her 29th summer of life, Fiona the huntress met the warlord Holden in field of battle. None remembering what happened, but their love was to become so great it overshadowed all rivalries or disputes. They fought to a standstill, as their followers went on, till her sword broke his axe and his shield dulled her blade, and all could see that they were equals. As the eagle finds its mates, so too did Fiona find hers in Holden. And a time of peace came to the clans of the forest. Hello there.
I have a copy of the legend.
I've been meaning to read this. Thank you. Here.
Did you
I've got
want this
something for
copy?
you. I've been meaning to read this. Thank you. Here. I've got something for you too.
Come on, let's get going.
Let's go. What can I do for you?
Any thoughts?
I hope you're not finding my company too intrusive after being alone for so long. I know it's probably a bit of an adjustment.
Any thoughts?
That book you gave me, Amulet of Kings, it's fascinating. Did you know that the red diamond symbol on the Penitus Occultus armor is an homage to the amulet? Are you sure that's all? Aye. With you all the way. Aye. What's next?
I'm still here. Let's go.
Careful you don't get any marriage proposals while wearing that thing.
Well, we'll talk later.
Nice place you have.
Aye?
What's on your mind?
I've heard good things about the Fletcher here. They'd be smart to collect some arrows before we leave. Until next time.
Need something?
Let's talk about your outfit.
Standing around is rubbish. You should be taking the fight to the Storm Kings.
Cloth.
We'll talk later.
Let's get going. Lead on then. The Empire is headquartered in Solitude. Don't think it's wise for us to show up here. Look at this city. Looking all Imperial without the slightest door.
All 3 quests are on the outside. And get Gore's horse when we return. Probably. It's the
A fine day, isn't it?
shit. Someone's looking for me in white. Crap. And it crashes right then, right there. Okay. I'm gonna call it a night. It has been fun streaming. I'm glad I got to show off some of how I handle mod conflicts and such. It's crying shame about all the crashes to desktop this go around, but what can you do? Good night, folks. Streaming next when I am able. Schedule is not kind.